guys. Chat.
I am old. 1 year with the leader of Cumelandia. All hail the Yowie goddess. Squee-e-e-e-e-eek. Cumew raid, cumew sticks, cumew rave, cumew sticks, cumew kisses.
What the frick? Yo, it's been 1 year already since you've been here, Chronic. What the heck? No way! Are you sure about that? Is that real? Are you sure? That's so crazy. Wow. Oh shit. Hold on, I forgot to hold on, I forgot to do something. I have this personal face humidifier, and ever since the incident with the mold last time, I want to be better at properly drying this shit out. Ah! Oh yeah, it's moist in there. Whoops. Okay. Give me 1 sec. I'll give you your kisses. Hold on. I'll do the stream intro. Hold on. Give me a tick. Hold on. No more mold for this cat. Mold be gone. Good. Now it can dry out in my nice, super freaking dry room that's so freaking dry, because that's what happens in the winter time, because it's so freaking dry. Chronic, thank you so much for queuing. Thank you so much for queuing for 1 entire year. Now that's crazy. Thank you so much, Chronic. Thank you so much. And hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Guys. You know what day it is today, chat? You know what day it is today, chat? Do you know what day it is today, chat? Hello, Kozumi Nezo. Nah, wrong, all wrong. Today is 1 week until Christmas. Wow, Christmas, just a week away. Wow, can you believe it, guys? Christmas, just a week away. Can you guys believe it? Wow, Christmas, just a week away. Wow, Christmas, just a week away. Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. Did you know that Christmas is just a week away? Wow. Okay, now that's epic. Christmas is just a week away. Wow! Oh, but you know what? Cuemew is tomorrow. Yay! We'll have a good old-fashioned party for Cuemew tomorrow. Well, maybe not a good old-fashioned party for Cuemew. I will not be getting drunk, because you guys all remember the last time that I got drunk. So that probably won't be for a while to come. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna buy. The other day I got myself DoorDash. It's been a while since I got myself DoorDash. It's like a freaking what is it called when you don't do something for a while and then you do it again and you realize how good it is? But it's so expensive. But it was so good. I got a KFC holiday meal. It was so good. But it's so expensive. Relapse, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Literally, I had a DoorDash relapse. But I was very tempted to buy something today, but I won't, because I already said that tomorrow I'm gonna be buying pizza and breadsticks, so you guys gotta do the same too. Does Cat use Dash Pass? No, I want to discourage myself from using it often, Because it's so expensive. Like, it's $10 more. Gosh. Like the saying goes, 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 4. I don't drink hard alcohol. Is soju hard alcohol? Guys, yesterday was a freaking blizzard. All day yesterday. It was so beautiful. It was just freaking blizzarding outside. It was so beautiful. And because of a blizzard, it was really windy. So it creates like snow dunes. Drift. Whatever they're called. And they look really cool. It's really funny watching like movies, like Christmas movies, and you can tell that the snow is really fake because it's just like you can see all little pieces of it. Real snow turns into like a blob, but it looks so freaking cool. The way that it's like literally a blanket. That's why they call it a blanket of snow, because it just covers everything in like one smooth layer, and it looks so cool. Did I turn my thing on? Yeah, I turned my thing on. Yeah, but beautiful blizzard. I loved it. It was awesome. Lots of snow, which is perfect because the last 2 years for Christmas, we didn't like have barely any snow, and now we have a bunch of snow. Yeah, the merch is arriving! At long last! Finally! All of the American Cumers are getting their merch. It's been long enough, damn it. Ah, I love that. I'm so happy. I'm sorry that it took so long. But thank you guys so much for your patience. And I guess, in some way, it's kind of like a Christmas present. It's kind of like a Cumus present from me to you. Blizzards are beautiful, but they're also very dangerous. Yeah, I was saying the reason that I loved yesterday and that I thought it was so beautiful is because I didn't have to go anywhere and I don't drive. So, therefore, I love a good blizzard and I love the snow. Chris, you never got... No! Chris, you never got your merch! But you're in Canada! I shipped that out in September! The Canadian Cumers got their merch like first thing. Oh no! I can send you, maybe I can send you your address and you can confirm that you spelled it right. Go ask your mom. Say, Mom, please. Mom, please. I need the cuemew merch. Please, Mom. We understand the intricacies of globalism. Oh, speaking of, guys, I got the other dress from House of CB. I had to pay freaking duties on that one. And it was $44. What the actual freak, dude? Why the hell did I have to pay duties on that one and not the other one? Thank God for that, though. Because the other package had 2 massive dresses, freaking ball gowns, so thank God for that. I only had to pay it on the smallest dress. But why? It came from the United Kingdom. I thought I would only have to pay duties if it came from the USA. But it came from the United Kingdom. And the package that I didn't have to pay duties on came from the Philippines. What does that mean? I don't understand. I don't understand. You're admiring your Q shrine this morning. We're gonna have to do whatever we can to build up the shrine capabilities. However, I do not think that I'm going to be doing the merch myself ever again. It's too difficult. Maybe if I I need to get an American supplier of merchandise. Maybe. Means they're taxing you because they're too cute. I am. I really am. I'm freaking precious. I'm freaking adorable. And the crown always gets their cut. I'll give them... I'll show... I'll... Hello, Sour Skib. Hello, Turbo Cat. I will be sure to track the next merch shipment so it doesn't get lost. That makes me so sad though, because you're freaking in Canada. Should have gotten there easy. Unless, of course, monsters got it. Have Meso hand make it and deliver it. Everyone gets, well... Who do you think shipped the merch to you guys this time? W Booty. Rod. Hello, Chronic Furball. It is unfortunate, but might still turn up. It might! It's trapped behind a seat cushion somewhere. They're gonna fish it out and give it to you. Meso specific merch when we need to create a Meso mascot. Meso mascot. What does W Poopy Pants mean? We gotta find that guy. I said that streams ago. Meso is the sender. Oops. Sorry, I get so excited for Christmas. All the candies that you guys bought, or one anonymous person bought. God, I'm wanting to work out for realsies. God. I'm making so many cookies too. Like, I'm making cookies today. And then, I'm gonna make us our Christmas breakfast. Oh, it's gonna be... I'm gonna get so many tummy aches. I think a cat and a rat together and something would be so adorable. I agree. I love when I commission an artist and they throw a little rat in there without me asking. It's my favorite thing. I love it so much. It's so cute. You guys give me cute aggression. I want to kill you guys. I got a new little Christmas tree for my place that I still need to set up and decorate. What? I did mine on like the 1st, 2nd of October. December. Yeah. I have a little tree too. It's so cute. Sorry. Oh my god. I was gonna say it's in front of my nerd weeaboo shelf. I just realized. Oh my god. Guys. I'm gonna be able to get so much nerd weeaboo stuff. I need to make a shopping list. Where do I begin? Oh my god. Where do I start? I'm overwhelmed already. But I'm so excited. Yeah, we're gonna get the Impreg Bakugo figure. I have a tree in my house that I have taken down in 5 years. Like, from now? Guys, when should I start, planning? I've already started planning, but where do I go in Japan? I need you guys to tell me. All of you professionals. When GTA 6 comes out, I've never played a GTA. You guys know. Ooh, ooh. Let's all play in a GTA RP server. Yeah, guys. RP server. We RP as warrior cat. Ouch. 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 Guys, I'm freaking wearing pants today. That's how cold it is. Oh my god, remember in summertime when I have to like not even be alive because of how hot it is? And now it's so cold in my bedroom that I'm wearing pants on stream. That is like, that's a rarity. Yeah, I'm wearing freaking pantaloons. What's the difference between pantaloons and bloomers? They're just a puffy pant. Do you guys ever think about if you were like, you got stranded in the ocean? Sometimes I imagine orcas coming up to me and saving me. Because, you know, orcas are super, super, super smart. And they've never killed a human. So sometimes I'm like imagining myself lost at sea. And then an orca comes up and it like carries me away and stuff. And it keeps me safe. And brings me to people. This may come as a shock, but I don't think most people don't think of the ocean. Double negative. I can't read. The ocean is terrifying. Orcas have killed humans. It happened at Marineland. Can you blame them though? No wild orca has ever killed a human. If you put an orca in a tub the size of its body, you can't be surprised if it kills you. And I don't blame it. Yeah, orcas haven't killed humans outside of captivity. And yeah, when it happens, I don't blame them. Like, it sucks, but can you be surprised? They destroy boats all the time. Wait. I also can't blame them for that. Boats destroy their ecosystems. Like, I am terrified of the ocean, but I got mad respect for its critters. Especially the orca. Do they have orcas in America? Where do orcas live? They live in the northern hemisphere, right? I thought orcas only lived on the coast of, like, BC. I guess that would go down into, what's that place called? Where the presidents live? In the water? No. Dolphins are a lot friendlier to humans. A dolphin goes... Did you know that? Washington, yeah! The one below Canada. That's why I imagine all the killer whales live. Washington, D.C. What does D.C. stand for? Dentist City. Remember, dolphin speak is just slurs and curses in the world of SpongeBob. Yeah! SpongeBob curses. District of Columbia. Look at copycats. Losers. Funny. After burp. Dolphins are really mean animals. Yeah, I've heard of that. One of these days we will have sonar translation so we can communicate with dolphins and orcas and whales. We'll need to translate their language. What is it? We'll have to decode it. You got my merch! I'm so happy! Oh, I'm so freaking glad everyone's finally getting their merch. And it's before Christmas. This is so awesome. This is so awesome. Yeah. They use sonar to communicate? Yeah, but they don't communicate in English. So, we're gonna have to decode it anyways. I've heard that, Oh god. How could they do this to me when Christmas is a week away? How could they do that to me when Christmas is a week away? I'm never gonna feel satisfied ever again. That was awful. That was awful. Oh. Now I'm gonna be all stuffy and shit. Does anybody have Alka-Seltzer? Oh. I wanted to do a 3D stream before Christmas. But I forgot. Whoops. Now I'll have to put the stuff away and we can do it after Christmas. What happened to the cat? I had a freaking sneeze and it didn't come out and it was the worst thing ever. I saw a nice espresso machine at Costco today and I had to buy it as an Xmas present for myself. $4.50 well spent. I guess the Christmas present I got for myself is the dresses. The freaking, I don't think that I'll buy from House of CB again. At least not online. Because the freaking, the zippers. Something about them makes it really freaking hard to zip them up. It's like the part where the skirt meets the bodice, which is weird because it looks like that the zipper just goes straight up, it looks fine. But for some reason, getting it past the bodice lump, like the skirt meets bodice lump, is like impossible. So, yeah. But one of the dresses that I got is literally like my dream dress. It's perfect. It is possible to zip it up. You need to put some elbow grease on it. Impossible to do it by yourself, by the way. So, if you live by yourself, good luck. But it's so gorgeous. Oh. I need to get some nice shoes to go with it. And some good silver jewelry. My parents wanted over 4,000 Canadian espresso. What the freak? Whoa! What do you do with the $4,000 espresso machine? I'm such a freaking barbarian when it comes to my hot drink of choice. I'm like a simpleton. I'm a tea caveman. I'm like ooh, 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 ooh. Hot water, tea bag in, drink, delicious. I don't add shit to my stuff. All I need is a mug, $20 kettle that I got at Walmart, and a tea bag. No head pat redeem. No head pat redeem. I don't want your greasy, grubby, stinky fingers on my hair. She loves her leaf juice and my flower juice. Okay. I'm gonna put that dress on. I'm gonna try again. Can I wear a ball gown in Japan? Will they think that I'm cringe? I am cringe and I am free. Look at that white woman go. Yeah. No, I don't gotta worry about that shit. Because I know for a fact that there are people so much more cringe that go to Japan and do cringe shit. Like those people that do the Mario Kart on the street stuff. That, like, I'm thinking of that from a local perspective. Even like in Canada, imagining myself like trying to get to freaking school, just trying to get to campus, and seeing that. Awful. I miss Yellow. I'm glad I got a free time watch stream. Oh, Victory. I'm happy to provide awawas, and I'm happy that you're here. How come I haven't looked this up? Sumo Japan 2026. 2026 Grand Tournament schedule. There's nothing when I'm there. There's no sumo. There's no sumo when I'm in Japan. That's it. That's it, I'm canceling. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Trying to get to school and stopped by tourists riding a moose. Yes, literally that! Exactly! Oh my god. Oh no, like dog sled. Yeah. Because the Mario Kart people, they're on like the road where cars go. So that would be so annoying. Christmas is cancelled? No, not Christmas. Ooh, yeah, we gotta do karaoke tomorrow. Humus karaoke. Ba 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 ba. Boo-de-da-bop, boo-da-boo, boo-da-bop, boo-da-boo. Oh. Oh. Hello? Hello? Oh. What the frick was that? Oh my god. What the freak, chat? There was like something sharp in my throat. Hello? What was that? Oh my god. Hello? Jesus. My body's trying to kill me from the inside out. I don't think it was something sharp. It was probably just like a dry patch. I don't freaking know, dude. No, yeah, it was a toenail. As an avid toenail chiller, I do not chew my toenails. My toenails. I do not chew my toenails. That is a fact. Because I used to. And I'd be honest if I did. But I am not a liar. And I do not chew my toenails. I gotta go pee. So... that was that reaction. Ooh, Wake Up Dead Man is on Netflix again. I got to see that one in the theaters. I was so happy for that. Oh, I freaking love that series. I love the kind of that stuff because everything nowadays is like a freaking extended universe. You have to know all the lore for everything ever, and if you don't know it, then you're stupid and an idiot and you won't understand. That's why the Knives Out movies are like so refreshing, because you don't gotta know shit. They're different stories that just have the same detective guy solving the mysteries. I love that. Cat just called me stupid. How? In what way? What are friends for, anyway? They're for sharing a nice cup. Hot chocolate. Hey, we got it. Oh, we got it. Hey, we got it. Oh, we got it. Sorry, guys. As soon as I said that, I was just like spitballed to another universe. Polar Express just brings out something. It's such a scary, terrifying movie. It like puts a pit in my stomach. But it's so like nostalgic and good. You know, it's like, you know how when you're a kid, Christmas is like a little bit scary? Because like, dude, Santa's always watching. I have such fun and confusing memories as a kid where it'd be me and my mom and my dad and my brother. We'd be on opposite sides of the banister. And fucking Santa Claus. We were like watching Santa Claus putting presents down and filling our stockings. To this day, my parents refuse to tell me how they did it. But as a child, I saw Santa Claus. Oh my god. It's back. It's back. The toenail's coming up. Oh gosh. But yeah. miss the roars and the reverb farts. You guys are gonna have to earn back the themes. But yeah, so that's why Christmas has sort of like that. Not scary, but I guess unusual. There's a real unusualness about it because it's so different from everything that you experience ever. Where it's like, in the middle of the night, when it's dark, there's Santa. He's bringing you presents, but you have to be good. But you can't look at him. And it's like the magic. So it's really cool. So, I think Polar Express, being as unusual and slightly disturbing as it is, really has the Christmas spirit. You know. And also because the songs are like kind of bangers. That's the way we have it on the Polar Express. When we double, we'll say, yay! My favorite scene is Caribou. I love Caribou. Do you guys remember that Santa Tracker website? Also, another one that I remembered. Somehow, I have no idea how my parents did this shit, dude. One day, when me and my, 1 year when me and my brother were a little bit older, we were like, but still young enough to believe in Santa, we came up with a plan to leave on our computer and, like, record, because our computer is in the, living room, where our Christmas tree and the chimney, and the fireplaces. So me and my brother made up a plan to leave the camera on to record Santa. And of course we told our parents because we believed in Santa and not, you know. So, freaking somehow, my parents got, I don't know who it was. It was probably my grandpa. What's up, Kiva? Woo! What do you guys think about Santa? Does Team Kiva send her regards? Thank you. I accept the regards. I will keep you guys safe while we talk about Santa. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Come on in. Talking about, well, you guys tell Kibu that I said thank you for the raid. Santa deniers get banned. Hey guys, listen. It's not that I'm a Santa denier. I just think that but yeah, I have no freaking idea how my parents did all that stuff. Like, it has to have been my grandpa, cause he was a big dude. He was freaking tall as heck. Had a gut. I don't know where the height genes went. But it didn't go to any of us. So, but yeah, it was definitely my grandpa. But I don't know how. We were watching from the banister, and we were like looking at the recordings and stuff. In the recording, it looked like he came out down the chimney. Where was he? Where did he come from? Nya. 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 Ask you, Mom, right now. No, it's cute. My parents refuse to say it. They refuse to say why. It's really cute. Keeping the Christmas magic. Because when I was a kid, the magic was that Santa. Santa's real and that's Santa. But now as a grown-up, the magic is, how the freak did they do that? We know you're like 4'6", and it's not a me problem. You guys know how small my family is. This is just a normal. It's normal for us. Bibbidi-bobbidi-saurus. I love Bibbidi-bobbidi-saurus. Santa's real, so is Krampus, though. I could defeat Krampus. Why are we talking about Santa? Are you sure you weren't kidnapped from Santa's shop? I mean, stature and pointy ears and all. Are you sure you weren't committed to the ward? That dentist elf from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, he had to be in a metaphor, right? He didn't want to be a dentist. Maybe he did, but there was another reason why he was different. You know? And that's awesome. I love that. We know what he did with that, ice picking guy or whatever. You were reminiscing about Santa Tracker, and that led you to trying to peep on the jolly old man. Kids they wanna see him, they wanna find out. But my parents were like, yeah? Then we'll freaking show you Santa. Ice picking guy, yeah. The guy who, when Rudolph is going to the island of misfit toys and they meet that ice picking guy that freaking licks the ice pick. No, he was oh god. Oh god. Oh god. The same thing as Stinky Pete. Oh god. Oh god. Constructor. Constrictor. No, it's a type of miner. Shh, I can think of it. I'm closing my eyes. And I'm not gonna read chat. I don't want you guys to tell me. It's on the tip of my tongue. Prospector! Yeah! I got it! Prospector. Dentist and a prospector. And they're weird reindeer. Santa's Canadian. Inuit Santa. Ouch, I got a freaking... Somehow I got a cut on my finger. And it's been aching. Scabbed over. And I wanna grab it. Open the scab. Stop it, that's unhelpful. That's not good for you. Stop it, oh, stop it, scab. So, hey, I gotta go pee, and then we gotta watch a bunch of videos. I freaking love video watch time with you guys. We'll watch a bunch of videos today. Sorry, I was stretching. We'll watch a bunch of videos today in order to make up for the Christmas break. The Christmas holiday. Hello? Hair. Hello? Got it out. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, so yeah, I'll be right back. Bop! Yuri. Freaking never mind then. Fish isn't working. Hairball, maybe that's what's in your throat. Oh shit, I gotta hack up a hairball. Okay, hold on, I gotta connect to Twitch. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Who even cares? Whatever. Okay. It's back. It's fixed. Okay, I will be right back. Yeah! Blah 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 blah. Okay. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. I'm excited for video time. I boiled some more water. What the freak? Why are there so many freaking music live streams? And my YouTube recommended. Okay. So, do you guys want to save the chilling scares for last or first? Because, yeah, we got a new chilling scares. But last or first. Have fun with your marathon. Have fun with your cuemew merch. Bring her with you. Next time you go to a restaurant, bring cuemew with you. I think let's end with chilling. What the fuck? I'm out of breath. Hey, let's end with chilling scares. Am I nervous? Yeah. I'm nervous to watch videos with you guys. Does the thing where I tap my index fingers together. So, we have this video 13 days ago. The internet's darkest corner 7. So we'll just watch a bunch of hello? Other stuff. And we'll end with chilling scares. Moshi Moshi? I think Moshi Monster shut down. Do you guys remember the Moshi Monster's Lady Gaga? How could I forget? Lady Goo Goo. Hello, happy BCB. You love Lady Gaga? What do you know about Abracadabra, Marunana, Abracadabra, Mortal Gaga? Never considered that, did you? Okay, come on. Come on, guys. Let's jump right into it. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba ba da ba 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 beep ba da ba da ba 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 ba. That's exactly what it sounded like, by the way. Hello, Fuseful.
26 months sub to the cutest Canadian cat.
Yay! Ray, thank you so. Holy crap. Dang. Damn. That's a long time. Wow. Wraith, thank you so much for being with me for this entire time. Long ass time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Wraith. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Now, let's watch some videos. Some baby-da-bee-da-ba-da-bubbles. Yeah. We're gonna start with this one. The internet's darkest corners 7. Oh, hello? Did you see that? Where'd he go? Copyright.
911 location of your emergency. Okay, what's going on?
Alright, this is what's happened.
It's the 7th of November, 2014. 45-year-old Joseph Parker dials 911 at 2:45 in the morning to report an urgent incident that had taken place inside his home in Springville, Tennessee. An incident that had been solely his own doing.
I've been married 12 years. On the 4th, which would have been 2 nights ago at 4 a.m., I shot my wife in the temple of her head. I thought I killed her. And I put her in the freezer out in the garage.
It happened on him and his wife Samantha's 12th wedding anniversary, a day that should have been a celebration,
Jesus.
but instead had somehow ended in Joseph shooting Samantha at point-blank range, before proceeding to put her body inside their garage freezer. An awful crime that Joseph was now confessing to a 911 operator. But this confession wasn't the real reason for his call, as Joseph likely would have been content without ever reporting his own crime, had it not been for the fact that hours prior, he noticed something unusual.
I was in the garage when I checked on her at night, and she's not dead. She's got a big hole in the temple of her head, and to get her body moved around in there, I think I broke her wrist. You know, she was frozen from being in the thing. She's been in this thing 48 hours now.
According to Joseph, Samantha was still alive.
No way.
Despite having a large hole in her head and spending so long in their freezer
Yeah,
that she was
there's no
seemingly
way.
frozen solid.
There's no
when he
way.
checked on her that morning, he realized that she wasn't actually dead and was even still conscious. The scenario Joseph was describing should have been impossible, with it being so outlandish that Joseph felt the need to tell the operator that this
Neuroplasticity is why she's able to live. I think it says, insanity.
wasn't a prank.
This is no prank call. I need somebody to get out there and help her out. But I promise you this is a legit call.
Why would he call them? He killed her. He shot her and put her in a freezer. Why? Guilt, maybe? Shit, dude, yeah. Killer's remorse. You have to be fucked up in the head to do that to somebody, so I guess. What do people say? You can't put reason on unreasonable actions or something. It wasn't just over and done, so he had time to process it. He checked on her. Might have been like he thought that it was in a different position, so it looks like she's moved. Can't rationalize the inherently irrational. Yeah, that was messy. Thank you. God, that's so weird.
And I need somebody to get out there and help her because I still love her. It's hard to believe that after that, you know, but I love her. I still love her. You know, I've loved
Can't rationalize the irrational.
her every day I've been married to her.
After 48 hours, the heat of the moment would pass. True. God.
Had a rough stretch here.
He was
Oh,
being
yeah.
serious, and all he
You have a rough stretch. That's normal. Let's just shoot her. Put her in the freezer. Jesus. He's gonna feel remorse. Then maybe just not do it.
wanted to do now was get Samantha help, as he claimed to still love her despite everything he had done. And help couldn't come quickly enough, as Joseph went into greater detail about just how bad Samantha's condition was, and how he was able to determine she was alive in the first place.
She's been frozen for 2 days. She's frozen solid. It's amazing she's still alive.
I don't think she's still alive.
Move her jaw. She's in bad shape. She's a mess. She can't talk. I could get her to blink. Blink once means yes. Blink twice means no.
Despite being unable to speak or move, Samantha was still blinking, and was actually blinking in response to questions Joseph was asking her, once for yes and twice for no. And in a moment of what appears to be regret for what he had done, he tried to make things better by giving her blankets and pouring water in her mouth.
Yes, she's still in the garage. I made her as comfortable as I could make her. She tried to drink a little water.
These responses led to a lengthy one-sided conversation that ended with Joseph vowing to get her help, which he was attempting to do now as he drove miles away, clearing the scene for authorities and paramedics to save her, while calling 911 and explaining the surreal scenario.
We don't have a history of domestic disputes. You know, we've never had to call the police or nothing. We just had a real bad night a couple of nights ago. I was waving the gun around. Got myself in trouble.
The two had a happy and healthy marriage that, for whatever reason, had turned.
Hello there, Catty.
Hey, Potanko. You came in at a good time. We gotta figure out what the frick is going on with this guy over here. But first, I can give you a big ol' kiss on the eyebrow. Thank you for cuming Botango. Cuming for a whole year! Thank you so much. Mwah. Mwah. Thank you. This is spooky. He might be feeling regret, or he may be afraid of what he started. Finally sunk in what he did.
Hour on their anniversary, in what he referred to as a real bad night, where something in Joseph had snapped. But despite admitting to the murder, he made it clear that he had no intention of going to prison. He just wanted to make sure that Samantha was saved.
Don't want to get arrested tonight and all that.
Telling the operator that they'll find her in the freezer, before ending the call shortly after.
In the freezer?
The garage, you can't yell for you. You can't yell. But you go to the garage, and that's where you'll see her once you get to the garage.
Also, there's no oxygen inside of a freezer. She's definitely dead. You know? She would have suffocated. She was in there for 48 hours.
Sure enough, when authorities entered Joseph and Samantha's home and ventured into the garage, they would see Samantha's red hair flowing out from the side of the freezer, and inside, they would find Samantha herself, frozen completely solid with a gunshot wound to her head, in the same exact manner that Joseph had described. But other than this, it was clear that Joseph's retelling of events was flawed to say the least, as Samantha hadn't just been placed inside the freezer, she had been jammed inside of it, as if he was desperate to get her to fit inside. So much so that he actually sawed off her left leg, along with making a series of other cuts to her body to get her to fit. And this wasn't even the most damning revelation, with the most important having to do with Samantha's condition. Just by looking at her, it was clear to the first responders that Samantha was dead, and had been dead for days, likely having been killed instantly by the gunshot, meaning that the blinking Joseph had witnessed was entirely hallucinated. It never could have happened. And yet, that was his reality, and he fully believed it. Upon the discovery, Joseph quickly became the #1 most wanted man in Tennessee, and that same day, police would track down his vehicle as he appeared to have been trying to flee the state. But the officers got to him first, pulling him over and then—
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he just straight up hallucinated all that. And who knows why he didn't mention that he cut her leg off. But maybe... Jesus. Wow. Yeah, this is scary. That's so scary how someone can just snap like that. Wow. Definitely messed up. That's a word that I would use for it.
Surrounding his vehicle, drawing their guns and preparing for anything. But just as Joseph had said on the phone, he had no interest in going to jail. And that was something he was dead serious about.
Oh God.
When officers finally got his car door opened, they would find Joseph Parker in the driver's seat, dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. His death made it impossible to fully confirm why he had taken Samantha's life that night, but reports seemed to indicate that he had recently lost his job, and the couple was experiencing financial hardships, putting their home in danger of foreclosure, with this perhaps being the reason the two were arguing on their anniversary.
Wow.
But reports also indicate that this murder didn't happen in the midst of the fight, as evidence points to Samantha having been asleep at the time she was shot, adding some uncertainty to how the situation—
Well, that's some relief, I guess. An iota of relief. If I want to die, I want to do it unconscious and unaware. I guess if you're old, you'll always kind of be aware of that, but you know what I mean. Yikes.
truly did unfold. But one noteworthy discovery made after the fact was that at the time of his death, Joseph had drugs in his system, which could have been a factor in the murder itself, and it certainly was a factor in the hallucinations he was seeing afterwards. As he stood in his garage having full conversations with the frozen, mutilated corpse of the woman he had just killed, all the while truly believing it was all real, with this 911 call leaving a haunting impression on myself and the many others who have stumbled across it in the internet's darkest corners.
Breaking news now, this out of Brandon, where her husband is being incredible though. Like,
Yeesh. Oi, oi, oi. Criminy.
Do you ever feel like you're being watched?
No!
Well, considering that you're online watching this
Advertisement.
feels like
Jennifer Sheffield.
Jennifer Sheffield's life was largely encapsulated by the posts she made on social media. She worked hard studying in medical school with the hope of becoming a doctor, a journey that she documented on her growing TikTok page. But when she wasn't at school or at a hospital, her time was spent with her family. She had been married to a man named Brandon Sheffield for around a decade, and when they met, Brandon already had 2 children from a separate relationship. Though this didn't deter her in any way, and instead she took on the responsibility of helping to care for them, raising the children alongside Brandon as if they were her own for much of their lives, to the point where they seemingly started referring to her as their mother, a role that she thrived in, as she frequently posted pictures and videos alongside
No
them.
sponsor block. Nah, I take all the sponsorships. Head. This murder was brought to you by... I just killed myself with the cough. I don't know what just happened, dude. Don't even ask. Don't even ask. It was the ads. It was the sponsors. Ouch. Ow. It was the fur balls. The fur balls. Goodbye, Victory. Thank you for cuming. I got a burp. I did it secretly.
The same was also true for her being a wife, as she loved to share her memories and moments with Brandon, cultivating this image of the perfect family and the perfect pair. But on social media, things are rarely ever as they seem. And on the 10th of December 2024, Jennifer would drop a bombshell on her followers.
So, about to be a newly single mom, and I am in the middle of a divorce. My husband is being incredible though, like really and truly, like we're working together, everything's great, we're splitting everything down the middle.
Put your hands on the wheel!
Everything is good.
After approximately 10 years of marriage, Jennifer announced that she and Brandon were getting a divorce. There was no explanation for why, just the simple fact that they were separated and had already started the divorce process, something that was reiterated by both of their Facebook relationship statuses as they shifted to single around the same time. Despite the sad and even shocking news, it was clear that they were handling it better than most. There didn't appear to be any resentment between them, as Jennifer described Brandon as having been incredible throughout the process, supporting her in any way possible, which was obviously good not only for them, but for their children, who were top of mind for the pair.
It is a very civil divorce with our daughter.
Don't make a TikTok while you're driving! What the frick?
However, you know, I'm gonna be a mom, single income right now, and he will be helping with her. He will be supporting her, you know. So essentially, like, I'm really thankful for that, and that I will not have to worry so much about supporting her.
It was apparent.
Did you know it's basically, literally impossible to say the word rough twice in a row?
I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. If it's impossible, then don't even need to try. Thank you for the pities, Onyx Virus.
That there was some kind of custody split being discussed between them, which isn't really made fully clear in the video. But what was clear was how grateful Jennifer was for Brandon's support. But even with this help, this marked the first time in Jennifer's adult life that she was really on her own.
I've never done this before. I've never been on my own before. So yeah, if you just have any tips, like I would really appreciate it, because like I'm a little scared right now.
Tip 1, don't make TikToks
It
while
was
you're driving.
uncharted territory and something that she was understandably nervous about. But despite her fears, Jennifer maintained an optimistic attitude. And thankfully at this point, the divorce itself was going about as well as it could be. They were both supportive of each other, they were both thinking of the children, and there seemed to be no bad blood between them. Though, as I said before,
It looks like
on
a
social
caveman.
media, things are rarely as they seem.
Is this car crash cam videos? No, I think he's gonna murder her videos. Hopefully he doesn't murder the children too. Guess we'll find out.
We have more breaking news now. This out of Brandon, where a husband and wife or dad fall.
Cuemew squish.
Hey, Mad Paw! Thank you for cueing, Mad Paw. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Okay. Well, yeah, you heard it. The husband and wife are dead. Maybe she murders him. I'd like that. That'd be a good change of pace. Well, let's see what happens. I have just followed you because you're so cute. Better watch out. Little Kuma, you got your cuemew keychain, you got your cuemew merch. I'm so happy. I'm very cuemus.
We have more breaking news now.
Let's
This
see
out of
what
Brandon, where a
happened.
husband and wife are dead following a murder. According to Brandon police, the couple was found on Toulon Street this morning after family conducted a welfare check on 30-year-old Jennifer Sheffield.
18 days after posting this video, praising Brandon Sheffield for the incredible way he had been handling their divorce, both Jennifer and Brandon would be found dead inside their Mississippi home. That morning, family members arrived at the house to
the
perform
heck
a
was
welfare
that?
check, but noted signs of foul play outside, leading to them calling the police. Inside, officers discovered the pair lying next to each other. Each had a single gunshot wound to the head, with one thing being blatantly obvious. Brandon Sheffield had been the one to pull the trigger both times, shooting Jennifer before turning the gun on himself. What happened that night isn't fully understood, but the motive is fairly clear. This was likely the result of the divorce that Brandon had supposedly been handling so well. Though obviously there seemed to be more going on behind
See, you never trust social media. It's all just lies.
the scenes. Perhaps the violence was spurred on by the holiday season, and Brandon's realization that this would be their last as a married couple.
Oh,
Or perhaps he
Christmas.
just wanted Jennifer all to himself. And if he couldn't have her, no one could. Since her murder, Jennifer's video has become a morbid piece of internet history, and just seeing how full of hope she was is heartbreaking in hindsight. And because of Brandon's actions, not only was Jennifer robbed of her future, but these children were robbed of their mother figure and their father figure all in one night. And making this even more devastating, some articles have claimed that one of these children was actually in the house during the shootings. What Brandon did was nothing short of evil, but surprisingly, not everyone has seen it this way, as the discourse around this case has somehow led to people actually sympathizing with him, and even blaming Jennifer for her own murder. Sadly, this is just a fraction of the disrespect that Jennifer has faced since her death, as there
Put him down. Chap, put him down. Find them. Well, that's the modern internet for you.
have been numerous other online
We call these people psychopaths. Yeah, psychopaths. Yeah.
controversies surrounding her and her family. Though for the sake of this video, I don't want these to distract from the very real story and the very real victim at its core. A young woman who will now never get to experience the future that she was so hopeful for.
I had this feeling this morning.
This is why you gotta be honest. You gotta be honest when someone isn't treating you right, even if it doesn't look good on the internet.
For some reason to tell you that it's gonna be okay. You still have a purpose. You've got to keep pushing. You still have a heartbeat. And that means that you've got to keep going.
That's morbid.
It was unlike anything she had posted before. Throughout 31-year-old Rania Ibrahim's Facebook page, friends, family, and followers have been accustomed to seeing posts of her children, various religious texts, and other media from her day-to-day life. But on June 14th, 2017, Rania would begin her very first live stream, and it was clear from the start that something had gone terribly wrong.
Okay, don't open the front door. You're going to bring the smoke in. Okay. You're not going to be able to breathe. Your children scared maybe someone outside.
Oh gosh.
They're in the other flat.
House fire.
They've gone into the other flat.
The footage is from Rania's perspective, as she and another woman discuss what lies behind the front door of the apartment unit they were in. The woman, believed to be 33-year-old Isra Ibrahim, told her not to open the door as it would let the smoke in, while Rania insisted that people might still be out there and in danger, eventually leading to her peeking outside, and in turn giving us a glimpse inside their nightmare situation.
There's too much smoke here. Okay, I'm not opening it. الله لا إله إلا الله في حريق في العمارة لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم يا الله.
The door opens for just a split second, revealing a thick layer of black smoke, the loud ringing of fire alarms, and someone pounding on a door. Rania eventually calls out to whoever was knocking outside, beckoning them towards her.
Hello, come here. Come here. Hello. Hello. Come. Quick.
To which 57-year-old Gary Maunders emerges from the smog, completely covered in ash. It was a dramatic scene, and one that you can start to piece together based on the footage alone, as it was clear that there was a fire raging inside that apartment complex, and the entire floor Rania was filming on had been filled with smoke. Smoke that essentially trapped her and a few others inside this flat. Given the sheer amount of smoke in that hallway, it was obvious why the others in the room insisted on keeping that door closed. But Rania continued to hit back on this, as she didn't want anyone to be stuck out there alone.
You gotta... No, because the smoke is coming.
But the people outside.
Yeah, let them...
Hello.
Close the door.
Hello. Okay, I'm going out. Hello. Oh my God! I closed it.
Before eventually conceding and closing the door for good. It was obvious that the situation was dire, but just how dire wasn't revealed until Rania made her way over to the window.
Okay, I'm not going. Okay. العمارة ولعت من تحت. لا إله إلا الله.
They were 23 stories in the air, in the highest floor of the Grenfell Tower, located in North Kensington, London, England, where Rania and hundreds of others lived. And now, somewhere in that high-rise, was a growing fire.
العمارة كلها ولعت من فوق لتحت.
Oh
احنا في
gosh.
آخر دور هو اللي لسه ما ولعش يا ربنا يستر إن شاء الله. لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم.
As she looks out the window, Rania tells her viewers that she believes the fire had started from the bottom of the structure and was quickly working its way up to them, with it now being just one floor below them. But officially, this wasn't the story that Rania and the others in the room were being told.
Usually in smoke room you should crawl. You might not get enough oxygen. Yeah, because the heat rises and the smoke goes up. What about opening the window? Is that good or bad? Like, yeah, because the people were right. You have to leave the door closed so that no smoke gets in. And you have to like cover all like the vents and stuff and any openings like underneath doors with towels and whatever. But what about opening the window? Opening the window can help, but it's not a good idea in a fire unless you intend to jump out. What if there's no fire and it's just smoke? But the fire isn't in the room yet, so it might help. That's why you gotta keep the doors closed. Cause... Gosh. You gotta do whatever you can to keep the fire from getting inside. Fill the tub up with water so when they find the soup... Yum. Depends if Depends if it's free airways to the fire. Yeah, I guess if the fire is below you, it might jump up. But, gotta be careful, backdraft can occur. Here's what I do. Okay, here's what I do if I'm in an apartment complex and there's a fire in the building. Close the doors. I get wet towels and put them on the cracks in the door. I try to close all the vents. I put wet towels on the vents. I go into my bedroom. I do the same with the wet towels. And I open the door. I close the door. I close all the doors that I can so there's more doors between me and the fire. And I put the wet towels on the cracks and all the vents and stuff. I'll turn on my kitchen sink too, why not? And then I go in my bedroom and then I open the window. Is that good? Would I survive? Am I a survivor? I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. Instructions unclear. Put wife in freezer. No! Why is there a fire? Good question. Supplying an enclosed room with fresh oxygen can create a fireball effect. A well-coordinated ventilation tactic has to occur. I should open the window first. New skill obtained. Cue charmed fire. I become the first ever firebender. You know how the moles taught them how to earthbend? I teach them how to firebend because I'm so darn cute. Yeah. Huzzah. Success. Continue on.
As each time they would dial 999, the operators would tell them that the fire was generally contained and leave them with one clear instruction: stay put. This was the name of a nationwide rescue policy for all high-rise fires that stated that people should stay in their flats and wait for rescue as opposed to trying to escape on their own, as buildings like these were made from thick concrete and should hypothetically keep fires relatively contained in the flat that they started in for an estimated time period of around 2 hours. And considering that this fire had started roughly 1 hour before Ranya's stream, they should have been relatively safe until rescue crews got to them. And when looking outside, the fire wasn't even noticeable, meaning it was possible it was still contained and had simply been producing a lot of smoke. But that belief was far too optimistic for reality.
Oh God.
Fire brigade.
Yeah, hello, hi, in the fire.
Window and door at the same time if possible. We'll learn about this on the fire department. Well, what if there's no fire on my floor yet? It's just smoke on my floor. If there's fire on my floor, I'm running.
Flat 16 Greenfield Tower.
Sorry, a fire where?
Flat 16 Greenfield Tower. It's the 4th floor.
Right, okay.
Quick.
They're on the
It's
way
burning.
already.
Approximately 1 hour earlier, on the 4th floor of the tower, a man called 911 to
I've never seen a fire. I repel it, I guess.
report that his freezer had caught
Besides campfire.
fire. It was an incident that had happened through no fault of his own, and due to his quick phone call, firefighters would arrive on the scene within minutes, one of whom was wearing a camera that showed that they were able to handle the blaze in a relatively efficient manner. With the camera using thermal imaging and heat sensors to assure that the fire was fully out. The camera scans around, showing a few items strewn about that were still at relatively high temperatures. But other than that, the room was completely clear, and it seemed as though the fire was out for good, until the camera panned to the window. Revealing scorching hot droplets of debris falling from the outside like molten rain. The fire had spread above them and was now burning up the side of the building in a manner that was completely unprecedented and defied any sort of logic based on the firefighters' knowledge of the scene. And by the time they even realized what was happening, things were already out of hand. The fire was huge, and within just that first hour, nearly the entire building was engulfed in flames. And Rania was now trapped on the tallest floor, opposite to where the fire was raging. And she wasn't alone. Not only were there over 100 people left in the building at this time, but 2 of them were Rania's own children. 4-year-old
Bro, this shit isn't made out of... I thought they said it was made out of concrete! What the frick?
Fethia and 3-year-old Tanya, who were stuck in the same flat as their mother and several others. With desperation mounting, some of the others called out the window for help.
We're stuck on the 23rd floor! Hello! مكان في لندن فين؟ There's too many people stuck upstairs!
Until the stream went dark roughly 6 minutes later.
Close these windows because the smoke can go to the...
Despite things looking grim for the group on the 23rd floor, there was still some optimism about their rescue, as even 30 minutes after the stream had ended, those in the group were told once again by 999 operators to stay put, with the operator even telling them that the fire was contained to the 4th floor, which clearly wasn't the case. Rania's sister later spoke to the media about a phone call that they had shared around the same time, where she begged Rania to try and leave, recalling, "She did not. She respected and trusted and believed that they are coming to rescue them." And by this point, there were hundreds of rescuers on the scene, along with multiple helicopters flying around them, which only further kept their faith alive. But tragically, this was all a cruel facade. Internally, fire crews were told not to go past the 12th floor shortly after Rania's stream ended. It was just too dangerous. And as for the helicopters, well, those trapped inside would have had no idea that those were actually just police helicopters, merely used for surveillance. They weren't even equipped for rescue, nor were they ever considered to be used for that, as getting too close would have blown more air on the fire and made the blaze even worse, meaning that those helicopters offered them no chance at survival. They were entirely on their own, leading to authorities finally telling them to try and escape by themselves. But by this point, there was no point. This was 2 hours after the fire had started, and an hour after Rania's stream. The fire had completely taken over the structure, and inside there was only one single stairway, a stairway that was now impossible to safely traverse for anyone on the higher floors. Even attempting it would have been a death sentence. The orders for them to shelter in place had cost them valuable time, and in turn, any chance at leaving while they could, and it was all for a rescue that was now impossible, leaving them completely trapped. Rania, Fethia, Hanya, and everyone else shown in this livestream would perish in what we now know today as the Grenfell Tower Fire, a fire that claimed the lives of 72 people, and one of the worst fire tragedies in Europe's history. And while we've covered many large-scale tragedies on this channel before, few have been more preventable than this one.
Oh my god!
The Grenfell Tower was built back in...
What the what? What the hell? What happened? Where was that? London? Somewhere. I don't know. Sad how I was. This whole situation was such a national embarrassment. Are you from here? Are you Londoner? A burp. Someone made the wrong call to tell them to stay in place. Literally. Ugh. Good gosh. You care? Where do you live? What's your address? Give me all your personal information. Soak blankets with water and leave? What about that? Because they were on the opposite side of the fire. So the biggest danger to them would be smoke inhalation, dying from the smoke. So if the stairwell is filled with smoke, what do you do? My address is changing soon. I'll update you then. Aye, aye, Cap. Looking forward to it. I'm gonna find you. I wanna go to the British countryside so that I can pretend to be a warrior Cap. Oxygen bottle. I was gonna say, why would I have an oxygen bottle? But if I ever move to a high-rise apartment complex, I think I'm gonna put an oxygen canister in my emergency bag. So whimsical. I crave a life of whimsy. That's all I want. Whimsy. Let's go back to whimsy. Yay.
1974, and around the 2010s, its concrete exterior was beginning to look outdated in an area that was experiencing a wave of modernization. The neighborhood was becoming trendier and wealthier, and the tower was becoming an eyesore to some. And so the decision
I hate the modernization. I hate modernization. It all looks so stupid. Bring back grandeur architecture.
was made by the Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organization, along with the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, to refurbish the exterior by adding new siding known as cladding to give it a more modern appeal. It was purely aesthetic, but its effects were horrific. The cladding was created by a company called Arconic, which had tested it numerous times to see how it held up to fire, and the results were awful. Their ACM cladding received a grading of F, with it being apparent that it was extremely flammable, with some likening it to gasoline due to how quickly it would erupt into flames, while also producing 3 times the amount of smoke as usual fires. But despite having these test scores and even acknowledging their
Another reason why modernity is garbage.
failure in multiple emails sent throughout the company, notoriously following
Modernity and architecture is garbage. I like modernity in yaoi.
up their F score with the line, "Oops." They not only refused to fix the problem, but they also align their failure in amount of smoke as usual fires. But despite having these test scores and even acknowledging their failure in multiple emails sent throughout the company, notoriously following up their F score with the line, "Oops," they not only refused to fix the problem, but they also kept selling it, with one of their clients being the group
If they got an F, how is it legal for them to keep selling it?
working on the Grenfell Tower refurbishment. And it wasn't even a secret either. Those in charge of the project wanted it done as cheaply as possible, and this ACM cladding was as cheap as it got, and so they chose it despite knowing the fire risk. And worst of all, they had the opportunity to buy a version of this product that was actually flame retardant, but they opted for the cheaper, more dangerous product, which in the end only saved
They opted for the flammable version.
them about
Jesus.
5,000 pounds.
Lobbying crime. That's the sad reality. Building fast and cheap is the new industry standard. That's why if I ever gonna buy a house, I'm gonna buy an old house.
Or roughly $6,500 USD. Arconic knowingly sold this flammable product. The companies working on the Grenfell Tower refurbishment knowingly bought the flammable product. And in the end, it all resulted in a disaster that they all should have seen coming. And when you couple this with the flawed orders to shelter in place, and the fact that there was only one stairwell, it was a recipe for disaster. This was always going to happen. This was a failure on so many levels for so many parties, and it all
Merry Christmas to me. What the fuck? I just heard a child scream outside. Hello? 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 A freaking car just drove by with Christmas lights all over it. I think I was put into the wrong universe. Spooky. Spooky. One time I thought that there was a woman screaming outside my window, and then I looked out and it was just a coyote.
all traces back to greed, and the value of money over the lives of innocent people like Rania and her children. Despite the fire starting 8 years ago, justice has yet to be served, as investigations are still ongoing to this day, leading to an agonizing wait for all those who lost loved ones in the blaze, with the trials themselves not expected to start for another full year.
Wow. The policy of stay put remains in effect to this day, though it has been slightly altered since the fire. Wow, thanks. He was being haunted by Christmas cheer. Where my ghost? Riven Female! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. Do you like Christmas? Do you like cheer? You must be my ghost. Which ghost are you? Past, present, future, Jacob Marley. What's your business? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. Mwah. Okay. Da 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 bow, ba da ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba da ba ba da ba. Ba da da ba ba da ba da ba da ba da do. It's estimated that there are still thousands of residential buildings in the UK and worldwide with flammable ACM cladding. God. Don't hang up.
It was the usual start to the day for Rhoda McFarland. The 42-year-old manager of the Lane Bryant store in Tinley Park, Illinois, was no stranger to big sales.
It's the Have It All sale at Lane Bryant.
Lane Bryant had a habit of launching monthly clearance events, sending out flyers and airing commercials in the days and weeks before to let all of their customers know. And this day, February 2nd, 2008, was yet another one of these sales. She knew it would be a busy day, and potentially a stressful one for one of her employees, as that morning only one worker was scheduled to open the store, something that Rhoda disagreed with, leading to her coming in to help, even though she had the day off. But like I said, this was a typical morning for her, as
And
this
she's
was
gonna
just
freaking die about it, isn't she? She's gonna die because of that, huh? Oh my god.
the kind of person she was, always willing and wanting to help others. And as she clocked in for work that morning at 10 a.m., she and her coworker braced for a potential rush of excited shoppers. The rush, however, wasn't as dramatic as they may have expected, and in the first 15 minutes or so of opening, only 5 people had entered the store, 4 of which were female shoppers looking for some deals, while the 5th was a delivery man who walked in holding a stack of papers. The man approached them and made casual conversation, but after a few minutes had passed, he kind of just lingered around, never actually delivering anything, which Rhoda found strange, especially considering that it was Saturday, a day that they typically didn't receive packages. Growing more and more suspicious by the minute, Rhoda quietly placed a call to a nearby Lane Bryant store, who confirmed to her that there was in fact nothing scheduled to be dropped off that day. But before she could even process this information, an incident was already unfolding around her. Out of nowhere, the delivery man pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the women, yelling at them to hand over the money from the register, before proceeding to round up Rhoda, her employee, and the 4 women shopping, demanding that they all give up their cash and jewelry. After he was satisfied with the collection, he forced the women to the back of the store, where one by one he bound them with duct tape, placing them each face down on the floor, and putting underwear over their heads to obstruct their view. In the minutes following, he would venture back out into the store where 2 other women had entered, and they too were then robbed and then forced into the back room, where they were eventually subdued, but not before he struck one of them in the face with his pistol, nearly knocking her unconscious. It appeared to be a fairly high-level robbery, but after he now had them all in the back room, the whole operation seemed to grind to a halt. It was like he didn't know what to do next, as he started pacing the room and slowly losing his cool. The minutes ticked on, and the more time that passed, the more agitated he became. It was clear that the pressure was getting to him, and sensing his disorganization, Rhoda seized the opportunity, quietly slipping her hand free, allowing her to call 911 through her Bluetooth headset.
911 emergency. We're at.
Despite the man being in the room with her and the others, Rhoda managed to alert authorities to her exact location. telling them to hurry and making it clear that the situation was urgent. In the background, you can also hear the robber himself, whose disheveled state is apparent as he outwardly states, the operator was on it, quickly dialing dispatch and telling Rhoda not to hang up.
Don't rob freaking stores if you're gonna act like that. Go to like a shell or something.
Stay on the line. Let me get you to Tinley Park. Don't hang up.
Though within just a split second, the call disconnected. By some stroke of good fortune, there was actually an officer in that shopping center only about 100 feet away, and from the time that Rhoda made that call, the officer managed to arrive on the scene within just a few minutes. He rushed inside the store, but inside he found nothing, until he made his way over to that back room. Inside, he would find them. 6 women with underwear over their heads, lying on the floor, each one having been shot execution style just seconds after Rhoda's 911 call. It was a mass murder, but in the midst of this awful scene, one thing was missing. The killer himself.
What
And
a
so
fucking
authorities
piece
flooded
of
the area,
shit.
scanning and searching all over for the gunman, who was
What a
described as a
freaking
black man
loser.
with a husky build and a single braid that fell to his right cheek that ended in green beads. And the reason they knew exactly what he looked like wasn't because of security footage, as at the time the store didn't even have any CCTV cameras, but instead, it was because one of the women actually survived. When the man began his executions, he moved his way over to the employee that Rhoda came in to help, and when he fired his gun, she moved at just the right moment, causing the bullet to graze her neck, to which she proceeded to then play dead so that the man wouldn't notice. And
Oh
thankfully,
my
he
god.
didn't. Her testimony is the reason why we know exactly what this man looks like, and why we know what those moments were like before the shooting. But despite this, after doing a thorough search of the area, even utilizing a helicopter, there was no trace of the killer. CCTV footage from a neighboring store showed that just before Rhoda made that call to 911, 2 large SUVs pulled up in front of the building right after the shooting likely occurred. It's believed that both of these SUVs were involved in some way, with one potentially being a lookout and the other likely being the getaway car, explaining how he would have gotten away so quickly. Not to mention that the
Then
store
what
was
he
located
freaking
right near
out
the
for? Why would they do that to a freaking... Oh my god. She won the QTE? Jesus. I guess.
entrance of an interstate, which could have taken them out of the
Oh my
state
gosh.
extremely quickly.
Don't tell me that I don't even find them.
That was 18 years ago, and today neither the shooter nor the driver
Wow!
have ever been identified,
Awesome!
marking a rare instance in which a mass shooting in America went unsolved, leaving us with so many unanswered questions to this day, with one of the
Oh my
biggest being
God.
the motive. Police have labeled this as a robbery gone wrong, which does seem to be the case, but why Lane Bryant?
Because he's a freaking loser. Loser.
And why come in the morning when there was next to no cash in the register? I mean, in total, the killer only made off with about $200, and that's
Oh
including
my
the cash he stole
God.
from the women. One of the main theories today is that the killer had planned on taking customers hostage as they entered the store, but perhaps he grew frustrated at the lack of customers that day, until he eventually noticed that Rhoda was making a 911 call, which caused him to panic and start shooting. But what always gets me about this is that he never covered his face at any point, which makes me wonder if he was planning on killing these women all along. Though if that's true, how could this ever have been worth it? Due to just how bizarre this whole situation is, some have posed other theories, like perhaps this was someone with a drug addiction who was looking for quick cash to get his next fix, perhaps explaining his rapidly deteriorating behavior, or even that the suspect was actually a woman who never got caught because police were primarily looking for a male. But it's impossible to know for sure at the moment, and might not ever be known, as despite having survivor testimony, an exact description of this man's face and body, his voice, and even his DNA, which was discovered under one of the victim's fingernails, we still have no idea who this man is, or where he went.
Hooray! Hooray! Yay! Hooray! That was, that was such a high note to end on. Yay! Come on, Anouk. Give it to me. Let's go.
Cheers, Lars, rotting on their November. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Your dark heroes being sung while we're sure. Frost is a fly Eskimo.
My favorite part is
Everybody-
Shore. Thanks, Anouk. Thanks, Anouk. Wow! Camel dancing Christmas? Oh fuck.
Ho, ho, ho!
Holy shit.
It's Christmas time again.
Hey! Put them back in 3 dimensions. Hey! Hey! Tonight! Hey! Whatever. Okay, whatever, I gotta go pee. No. We'll save that for another time. Okay, 1 second. Oh, let me load up on the fishing. And then you know. Okay. 1 second. I will be right back. Bro, it's actually cold in my room. That's crazy. Imagine being cold in my room. I'm living it. Oh, wow. After the super hot summer, this is awesome. Imagine not having local heating. I do. I turn it off for streams. Because there's nothing worse than being hot while you're streaming. Yeah, I love the winter too. Hey, I love Christmas. Okay, guys, come on. Let's watch horrors found in home videos. We've never watched a video from this guy. So, I guess let's see if he's any good.
What is a video?
Wouldn't you want to know?
Is it just any moving image? I make videos that I put on YouTube, but you wouldn't call a movie or a TV show a video, right? Then again, you can find videos of those things, but television programs and films aren't videos on their own. Before the internet, a video usually referred to one of two things. The first being videotapes, which could store any sort of moving visual data, including professionally made content. Or secondly, and much more commonly, home videos.
Charlie!
You see, the modern use of the term video actually stems from home videos, because the history of online content creation directly grew out of people sharing home movies. That's why Mr. Beast is making videos when he's putting things on YouTube, but when he's doing essentially the exact same thing on Amazon Prime, suddenly it's not a video anymore. If you had asked me in 2004 what a video was, I probably wouldn't have even mentioned the internet. I would have probably just told you about the times my dad would take out the family camcorder and just film whatever we happened to be doing that day. Or the VHS tape that depicts my grandparents' 50th anniversary party. If you're also around the age of 30, chances are pretty good you associate the concept of home videos with some sort of amateur videotape, complete with the chromatic aberration, quality loss, and visual noise typical of magnetic tape formats like VHS.
We gotta bring back. That's why people looked so good in photos. And that's why I don't really mind when people edit their photos nowadays. They're too freaking high quality nowadays. Why does the camera see pores that I can't see in my own face? Make that make sense. And that's why old cameras have a charm. Because of how blurry they are. I'm ugly because cameras are too accurate. Yeah. Because they see things that the human eye doesn't see. We can never go back much as we want to. Nostalgia makes me so sick, but I freaking love it so much. I love nostalgic core. Oh.
But one thing you probably don't think about is what people used to use before video cassettes. You see, the era of video cassette cameras only really lasted for about 20 or 30 years, between the 80s and the mid-2000s. But for 50 years before that, if you wanted to film a home video, you would have to use a camera that shot on 8mm tape. This was a lot less convenient. You would have to actually develop a roll of film somewhere before you could watch it. But the quality was vastly superior to the magnetic cassette tapes which would be used in future consumer camcorders. I recently came across this upload on YouTube showing off a reel of home videos filmed in 1939 and 1940. It's stunning how good it looks. It's surreal to watch casual clips of people from almost 100 years ago with the same sort of clarity you would get from an Instagram reel filmed yesterday. While home VHS tapes have been a trend in the world of horror for quite a long time, so too has the Super 8 tape reels. The most memorable example to me is from the 2012 movie Sinister. Just like all 8mm tapes, the home videos shown in this movie have no sound attached to them. And
Oh
while they're
yeah, I've told you guys how this movie disturbs me, right? Because of the sound editing. The sounds in the home tapes are so scary.
clear visually, they play with a slow frame rate, which altogether can look very creepy and quite distinct from the analog horror you all are obviously very used to. Our first topic today happens to come from this older era of home videos. In mid-2009, a YouTube channel called Museum of the Weird, dedicated to sharing around esoteric clips from other parts of the internet, would upload a video called The Gable Film. It was supposedly filmed sometime in the 1970s and depicts something
16
unnerving.
years ago?
Like other videos produced on 8mm tape, this
Whoa.
one too plays at a slow frame rate and is completely silent. It also apparently hasn't been preserved all that well and lacks the visual clarity of some of the other tape reels we were just talking about. It appears to show a couple of men riding around on snowmobiles in a wintry forest. We also get a shot of somebody chopping wood, as well as a short clip of a deer standing in the distance in the woods. After the deer though, we get a brief glimpse of something else. The shot is too short to tell exactly what's being depicted here, but whatever it is, it appears to stand quite tall. We cut to a dog sniffing around the snow for something until it points into the woods. This leads into several shaky shots of the cameraman walking through the trees.
Guys,
until
it's
this
Slender
happens.
Man! Okay, they added the sound effect. Whoa, it's a bear! Dude, a fucking grizzly charging at me is scarier than any haunted footage that could ever come up. However, I could defeat it, bear. Just gotta give it a kiss on the eyebrow. Okay.
Eventually, the camera falls to the ground and the video cuts out. The Gable film has garnered almost 500,000 views in the 16 years it's been on YouTube. In the description, the uploader gives us some context.
Sometimes I get so pissed off that our ancestors didn't domesticate bears. They're so freaking cute. Ugh. Have you seen their freaking chunky heads with their big old eyes and their big old boopable noses and their cute fuzzy ears? Oh my god. I get so mad. There's still time. Yeah, we can domesticate them, but then we won't get to experience the them being domesticated and being pets. So mad about it. They're so cute. Yeah, and bears already, they can get attached to humans. I think that it's so funny how humans have the innate ability of spreading love. Like, it's so rare in the animal kingdom for different species to be around each other. Like, there's that spider that has pet frogs, but humans, it's so funny how humans, like, see a big wild creature and they're like, I want to pet it. I want to give it a cuddle. And then they do. Like, even freaking sharks. There's people that go down to the bottom of the ocean and, like, become friends with sharks. And then the animals, like, what do you think it's like from an animal's perspective? I guess you could think of it, like, from an alien's perspective. You're, like, hurt or sick. Something's wrong with you. You don't know what's gonna happen to you. Some freaked up creature. From the perspective of animals, we'd look disturbing. We're just standing up on two legs. Two legs. And we have flesh, but there's also something else covering our bodies that they can smell isn't natural. Terrifying. And you think that it's gonna finish the job. You think it's gonna kill you. But instead, it comes up to you and it freaking heals you. it gives you cookies and shit. It gives you a full course meal. And then it gives you a kiss. And at first you're not sure. You growl at it when it gives you a kiss. But then, after a while, you get used to it scratching behind your ears. And you're like, oh, I guess it feels nice, actually. I like how gentle they are. Feels nice, actually. Like, I wonder if they... Because those animals do show affection to humans in their own way. I wonder if it's like a completely different thing than they show to anything else. Or if it's kind of like the same affection that they have for their parent. It's like if Cthulhu had a crush on you. Nope. No. No. Not where I was going. It's like if Cthulhu thought that you were cute and wanted to help you. Ostriches find us more attractive than other ostriches sometimes. Yeah, I've seen videos of male ostriches doing courting dances to humans. I know dogs release a similar chemical that humans get when we pet them that makes them happy. You'd know it with the way that my freaking dog claws at you when you stop petting him. And that's funny because you know how we can't understand dogs. We don't know what the frick they're saying, but we can tell some of their language signs. Like, a big one is the whale eye, where their eyes get big and they look at you out of the corner of their eye or whatever. And my dog does that all the time, while he's actively trying to get you to pet him more. Sometimes it's just, hey, guys, we're trying to watch mildly disturbing YouTube videos. Come on, guys. Don't get distracted. We have work to do.
To this strange video. He says the footage surfaced a few years prior and made its rounds on the internet before he decided to upload it to YouTube. The tape itself was supposedly discovered in somebody's attic and purchased in an estate sale. This upload presents this roll of film in its original unedited format. What the description leaves out, though, is a second roll of film associated with this incident. While the first tape was scanned from the source and played in high quality, this video appears to be a camera filming the tape being played on a projector and is thus shown in very poor quality. It starts with a policeman holding up a couple signs to the camera, but the clarity is too poor to make out what they say. He then bends down and pulls a blanket off of what I can only describe as an extremely mutilated corpse.
Ooh, maybe this is like the first attempt of making a horror movie, a horror film. Ooh.
I can't show you this on YouTube, but this is only the top half of a person. In the video description, we get some much needed context to explain just what we're seeing here. This is supposedly the aftermath of a bear attack on a man named Aaron Gable. It was filmed by the uploader's uncle, who supposedly had a mental health episode after taking this video. The LP discovered the tape in the basement of his mother's house. Internet sleuths investigating these two Gable tapes would attribute this animal attack not to a bear, but instead to a cryptid known as the Michigan Dogman.
Oh god.
According to many
Oh god. Oh god. Please be like Chilling Scares and call them stupid.
sources online, this legend dates all the way back to 1887, where local lumberjacks working in rural Michigan occasionally spotted 7-foot-tall beings with blue eyes walking on two.
You do know that bears can stand up
Legs sporting the torso of a man with the legs of a dog. The thing is, though, this legend is completely made up. The story of the Michigan Dogman was invented by Traverse City radio host Steve Cook as an April Fool's joke in 1987. That didn't stop people from not only believing it was true, but also seeing the Dogman themselves.
That just goes to show how... I don't know, I forget the word. You know what I mean.
After Cook's April Fool's Day broadcast, people would begin calling into his radio station saying
Need some filler.
that they themselves had encountered the cryptid. News stories would pop up every
Yeah,
now
gullible.
and then showing blurry photos of an obscure dogman just kind of standing in the distance like Bigfoot. This actually got so bad that Steve Cook would make his own website in the mid-2000s to debunk all these supposed sightings, repeating over and over again that the dogman was just something that he made up.
Let's go!
If we look at an archive from 2007, you'll notice the top link here directs to a page discussing the Gable film, which confirms that Museum of the Weird was indeed not the original uploader of this video. No, you might actually be surprised to learn that the original uploader of the Gable film was in fact Steve Cook. He says he was given the video on a DVD by a sincere small-town family who believed that what they had was a legitimate sighting of the dogman. Steve had uploaded the video to YouTube with the intention of sharing it only between a small group of people for analysis purposes. But of course, it was soon mirrored and the clip spread like wildfire among cryptid enthusiasts. In the article he wrote on his site, Steve includes some evidence to support why he thinks the film is a hoax. He says if you look at the dogman closely, you can see what appears to be human legs sticking out from under the creature. It's a little hard to see, but we don't really need to look anyways, because this indeed was just a guy wearing a costume. Specifically, it's a YouTuber known as Quinlan or 12. He made the Gable film as a fun homage to Steve's legend with his friends in his spare time. On his channel, you can find recreations of how he made the creature as well as more lighthearted sequels to the original.
That's cool. Oh god, I love filmmaking and stuff. It's so cool how they were able to come up with that stuff. That's so cool. Very creative. For you. And thank God that this guy didn't just show the footage and was like, is it real? You decide. I love that. I love it when they do their research and don't lie to us.
Project. To this day, you'll still find people online claiming to have encountered the dogman, as well as a few people who believe the Gable film could still be real, despite the creator coming forward with detailed evidence to back up how he faked the whole thing. On top of this, the Wikipedia page for the Michigan Dogman both lists the true origin of the tale as well as a whole fabricated history, which is all cited from dubious sources written after 1987. It's interesting how if enough people want something to be true, they'll just kind of make it true, whether it actually is or not. The Gable film was indeed a fictional piece of horror media, one that was disguised and packaged as a home video. But these following clips we're about to discuss are all genuine home movies, ones that are terrifying without having to rely on any special effects.
Yay!
Hey guys, I won't have a sponsor in this video, but I do want to take a second of your time to ask you to follow me on Twitter.
Guys,
I
follow
haven't
him on
used Twitter
Twitter.
much in the past, but recent events have reminded me that if I ever had to get in touch with YouTube support for any
Guys,
reason,
follow him on Twitter.
the best way to do that is to publicly shame them on Twitter. And the more of a presence I have there, the easier it is to do that. So if you're willing to give me a follow, I would greatly appreciate it. It would just give me an extra layer of safety and insulation for any problems that may arise for me in the future. God forbid. Hopefully they don't. That's all I want to say. I'll link it down below.
I want a cookie. I have a cookie.
Thank you, and back to the video.
All the internet has undeniably changed.
Movies begin. What movie are you watching? It better not be Five Nights at Freddy's 2. You want a cookie? You guys want my lunch? Oh. Avatar. I would have preferred Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
The way we consume amateur-made media, mostly by giving regular people a platform to directly share content with anybody in the world, some of you may be surprised to learn that in the pre-internet age, there were still many ways to consume the sorts of casual, unprofessional content that you might find nowadays while scrolling through TikTok. These days, if you wanted to see something crazy, you might go on Reddit and visit a subreddit like Public Freakouts or Crazy Fucking Videos. In the early 2000s though, you could just turn on the TV and tune into a show like World's Most Amazing Videos or Destroyed in Seconds. These sorts of programs are basically the cable TV network version of a subreddit. They only exist to show and discuss interesting amateur videos that center around a certain theme. And as such, almost all these programs got cancelled once YouTube blew up in the late 2000s, which gave people a much more convenient way to see interesting clips of reality. However, one show did manage to stick around. America's Funniest Home Videos, or AFV for short, is the longest running primetime TV show of all time. churning out more than
love that
800 episodes over the 36 years it's been on the air. Nowadays, the show is not really anything more than a glorified fail compilation and not really worth watching in my opinion, but before Web 2.0, AFV scratched a very hard to reach itch. It packaged the experience of scrolling through social media into a much more enjoyable and professional format, showing only the interesting content while leaving out all the rage bait and targeted advertising.
Whoa, that was impressive
Which,
of
now
that
that I'm
guy.
writing that, actually makes me see why people still watch this show even in 2025. This was my favorite program when I was a little kid. I would eagerly sit with my parents and watch Tom Bergeron narrate over quirky videos of regular people doing zany things. For me, the definition of a home video is intrinsically tied to this show. The term makes me think of 90s Americana depicted on low-quality VHS tapes. Every episode, AFV would encourage viewers to send in their own home videos to be judged on the show. The studio audience would vote for the best video shown in that particular episode, and the people who filmed the winning clip would receive some sort of prize. As such, you can only imagine the sheer volume of tapes AFV has received since—
Oh my gosh. I'm actually cold. Hold on, I'm gonna get a sweater. Wow. Imagine that, chat. Ouch. Actually having to put on a jacket for stream time. Crazy. It ain't summer anymore. We got a few months of this. Huzzah!
1989. It's not terribly far-fetched to assume that the producers of this show likely have the largest stockpile of amateur-made media in history.
Whoa.
As of 2024, according to ABC's website, AFV has evaluated over 2 million submitted videos.
Whoa.
The program only really shows lighthearted, safe-for-work clips that an entire family can enjoy, so it makes you wonder, what sorts of horrors are laying dormant in this insanely large collection of home videos? In 2014, a Los Angeles-based artist collective known as Everything is Terrible, or EIT for short, would gain access to a storage space containing 300,000 home videotapes. It's never been outright confirmed, but in multiple interviews, members of EIT strongly inferred that these tapes are AFV rejects. Everything is Terrible was founded to share edits made of quirky and forgotten pieces of professionally produced legacy media, so they would start a new project specifically to share the more horrifying and bizarre amateur-made clips contained in these rotting VHS tapes. Memory hole.
So, so these are things that people submitted to AFV. Just remember that part, I guess.
This YouTube channel is essentially the David Lynch version of America's Funniest Home Videos. While AFV often tries to add to the comment—
Wait a minute, what happened to that Everything is Terrible? Why are we at memory hole now? What happened? Okay, whatever, we're somewhere else now.
by using creative editing and sound design, Memory Hole does the exact same thing, but to instead enhance the horror. These clips are always presented without any sort of context and contain unsettling ambient soundtracks. They madly cut between each other without any sort of rhyme or reason. You can tell the intention behind these edits are to just make everything as nonsensical as possible, and they've done a pretty good job, I think.
Is this supposed to be scary? Is this supposed to be scary? People do stuff like this nowadays too. Like with that yo-ho audio. Have you guys seen those TikToks? Where it's like the ocean with yo-ho audio. I'm scared of the ocean, and a lot of this stuff is only scary because of the yo-ho audio. Like the other day, I actually saw a TikTok, and it was someone who was flying over the Amazon, and they were like recording the river and stuff. And they were trying to act like it was so creepy, and they were playing the yo-ho audio, and it was like, it's a river from an airplane. That's not scary, that's actually kind of gorgeous. You know? Ever played Subnautica? And I will not. Again. So, drown in it, drown in it, drown in it, drown in it, drown in it. Santa's coming tonight. Santa's coming tonight.
In the past, we've talked a lot about shitpost horror. You know, these sorts of nonsensical edits people upload with only numbers as a title. This genre is made to resemble the videotape from The Ring, and the horror comes from the whole surrealness of it all. I don't think
The elephant says, address me.
anybody does this style better than Memory Hole. If you ever wanted to make a drug trip go bad for some reason, just turn on any video from this channel.
Ye old fursuit. Six, seven.
If I were to choose just one video to talk about from Memory Hole, I would choose shaving cream torture. This one is weird enough that the entire upload is dedicated to just this one clip. It shows a man tied up in a straitjacket, covered in shaving cream, holding an 8-ball in his mouth. He stares bug-eyed at the camera, and that's about it. Nothing else really happens here. It's kind of insane to think that somebody thought this would make it onto the family-friendly America's Funniest Home Videos. This resembles a snuff film more than a home video. I tried to do an image back search to see if maybe this popped up anywhere else other than Memory Hole, but no dice, which isn't a terribly uncommon situation when researching clips from Memory Hole. Normally, I like to try to uncover the origins of videos I talk about, or at least attempt to understand—
I've had dreams like this after a melatonin gummy. I gotta take a melatonin gummy then. These aren't scary, these are just weird. Yeah, and it's like trying to make it all edgy with the audio and stuff and whatever.
the context surrounding a clip. Here though, there just isn't really much we can actually investigate. Almost all these videos were filmed before the internet, and there's just no information about any of them. The term memory hole refers to an imaginary place or media that somebody wants to disappear can go to, in effect removing that piece of content from existence. The videos on the Memory Hole channel exist, but they live completely detached from the people who made them. We're never gonna know what was happening before or after any of these films were made. We're never gonna know who's in them and why they're doing what they're doing. The only piece of context we get is the date stamp that sometimes shows up in the corner. Memory Hole isn't really very entertaining to watch on its own for more than a couple minutes. It's abrasive and unsettling. You sometimes get the feeling while watching these that something bad is about to happen, but that never comes to fruition. This channel serves as a look into the most bizarre corners of humanity, one that could only exist from the marriage of the internet age with the pre-internet era. Memory Hole still sporadically uploads here and there, but the project is well past the heyday it had in the 2010s, and I'm not sure the world will ever have another opportunity to birth a media project quite as strange and authentic as Memory Hole. I wish I could fill an entire video just talking about all the insane stuff you can find on Memory Hole, but like I said, there's
They are shitpost horror. I mean, that's not really scary. Then what are they doing? It was kind of a bop. Oh, I'm sorry. Gone now.
not really much you can say about any of it. There's no stories to tell, no mysteries to unravel. This next topic, though, is indeed a mystery, and is one that takes us to the other side of the world. In the 1990s, a space satellite operator known as Intelsat had a bit of a problem. The Challenger space shuttle disaster that had occurred a decade prior gave the US government cold feet when it came to letting private companies use NASA shuttle missions to launch their satellites, meaning these companies would instead have to organize their own rocket launches into space, an incredibly expensive venture to undertake. Intelsat, though, found a savvy solution to this problem. Instead of working with the US government, they would just seek another nation state who would let them hitch a ride on one of their rockets in exchange for some help with their space program. The country they ultimately decided to work with was China, who was looking to enter the international space market at the time. Intelsat would work with another company called Lanteris Space Systems to build the satellites, and China would be responsible to build the rockets and to host the launches, the first of which happened in late 1992 and was semi-successful, although the satellite was damaged during the flight. The second launch happened 3 years later in 1995 and was an immediate failure. The rocket exploded less than a minute into the flight, raining flaming debris onto the nearby rural villages of the Liangshan Yi Prefecture, the homeland of China's Yi people. According to Chinese sources, 6 people died and 23 more were injured as a result of the falling debris.
Jesus.
China would blame the satellite for the explosion, although Western sources purported that the failure was a result of the payload fairing collapsing inside the rocket mid-launch due to structural weakness. Despite this disaster, China and Intelsat would still schedule another rocket launch a year later in 1996, this one intended to launch the Intelsat 708 satellite. The countdown began at 2:56 in the morning on the 15th of February. Only 2 seconds into the launch, the rocket began to point away from the sky and instead towards the residential villages on a nearby mountain. 22 seconds later, the team would remotely detonate the rocket, but that didn't really help the situation. The now exploding rocket would still manage to directly hit the hillside littered with rural settlements, with the fuselage igniting upon impact and creating another horrific explosion. The Chinese government would investigate this disaster and they tallied the casualties as 6 dead and another 57 injured. But Western media would estimate that up to 500 villagers may have been killed because of this explosion. While an official Western investigation never happened, Western sources would instead rely on home videos filmed by employees of the American aeronautical companies that were operating in the area who managed to survey the.
Why would they do this around where people live? Oh my gosh.
Crash site themselves. Through analyzing this footage, Western media were able to count 80 houses that had been completely destroyed in just one of these rural villages. One of the home movies used to document the destruction was this one, which was filmed by Troy Wells. The footage is disturbing, with Troy and his companions continually reacting in shock to the sheer scale of the destruction.
Oh my
God.
This isn't a freaking village! Look at all this stuff! This is... what the fuck?
That looks like the rec center. This is all torn up, man. Where? Yeah, right here. They're not there anymore. Right here. Oh, right here along the road. Oh, he's good. Yeah. I'm not a picture. Yeah, I'm not a film. Here, that's your butt. Oh, okay. There's had to be some people dying.
Throughout the video, you can also see the Yi people who used to occupy these now destroyed buildings just wandering around aimlessly, seemingly having no idea what to do or where to go now that their homes have been utterly demolished.
They freaking did a missile strike on their own. Oh my god. Whoa.
This video is disturbing enough on its own, but believe it or not, we haven't even gotten to the interesting part yet. You see, about 18 minutes in, the footage fades to black, as if it's about to finish. But then, something else fades in.
Hello, my name is Janet Shipp, and in order to prepare you for your trip to China, we would like you to take this simple multiple choice quiz. Remember, there is only one correct answer for each question. Ready? Here we go. This is a picture of A, a creature found in nearby hills, B, dinner, C, a Hughes technician. These guys should score a point in horseshoes, A, in 30 to 40 minutes, B, when Mabuhay launches, or C, next leap year. When you wake up in the morning, you have to open your hot water valve and let it run. You should get hot water, A, in 30 to 40 minutes, B, when Mabuhay launches, C, by next leap year.
The quiz continues on like this for another 3 minutes or so. Each question is stranger and more vaguely racist than the last, and watching them fly by, you get a growing impression that this whole thing is meant to be some sort of joke, most likely made by the employees of the Hughes company. But why would this occur directly after footage of a real disaster? This was put on YouTube by a channel called Fred V. This upload unfortunately doesn't have comments enabled, but on one of his other videos, somebody asked Fred about this creepy quiz. He responded saying that he got the VHS tape from the Lanteris Space Company, but he doesn't know why the quiz is there. This whole thing comes off like analog horror when it's all put together, but I do have 2 theories to explain this. The first one is that this is just a mean joke, designed by the employees to poke fun at a disaster that killed many people. I don't really believe that. My second, more plausible theory is that this was a joke that was made before the rocket crash happened, and it was just accidentally placed on the same VHS tape as the disaster footage. This feels much more likely to me, and it highlights the dramatic irony.
Whoa.
Present in this video. The quiz continually pokes fun at the supposedly lax Chinese safety standards and the apparently undeveloped nature of their space program, which paired with the grim reality of the disaster footage that precedes it, makes this one of the most unsettling home videos I've ever seen. We've never gotten a
Yeah, that's disturbing. It's safety, balance, and sexual harassment all in one deal. God. Even if that was a joke video that they made before the crash, how untasteful.
Oh BTW Catch You merch finally arrived for me after so long. Funny. I even forgot I bought it even.
Yay! Toast, I'm so happy! It came just in time for Cuemew. Ugh. That's such a relief. I'm so glad. Okay, I apologize that it took so long, and thank you guys for your patience, but it's kind of fun to get a cool Christmas present. Me. Cat doesn't arrive when she is wanted, she arrives when she is needed. Happy Cuemew. I concur.
proper answers to what this quiz
You like
is
his
and why
fuzzy
it's
mic? What about my mic that's shedding? It's not fuzzy. It's made out of something and it's shedding.
on this particular videotape, and I'm not sure if we ever will. There's very little discussion about this online. Most people who cover Intelsat 708 are talking about the very real disaster and not this small, inconsequential, bizarre piece of media attached to it. If you happen to know more about it though, please let me know. An unsolved mystery can be a bit of a frustrating thing to cover as a YouTuber because you end up leaving the viewer without a conclusion to the story, which is just inherently unsatisfying. So for this last topic, we're going to talk about a mystery that does indeed have a definitive conclusion.
Thank you.
In October 2005,
that guy's a good storyteller.
Following footage would surface. It was taken in Croatia and depicts two teenagers messing around with a new camera they just bought.
Čekajte 5 minuta. Ovoga...
Gle kaj imam.
Daj, nemam me snima, nemam me snima.
Gle kaj imam.
Nemam me snima.
Rekao sam ti da sam kupio novu kameru, nisi mi vjerovao.
Dar koja je?
Ide pogledaj kako izumira. Prebolesno.
Cool. Cool. Ovoga... Čekaj, snimaš sad ili?
Da.
They joke around and film whatever they come across in the urban park they're hanging out in, until they notice a man standing still in the distance, who they assume to be some sort of drunkard.
Gle piše, tamo gdje ga snima. Ne, ali piše, kaj radi? Sam stoji.
Horror ARG.
Vamo dalje mi.
Kaj radi?
Pa nemam pojma.
Da, nema veze, aj, neće idemo mi, kaj. Nema me snimati.
They eventually decide to head over to their friend's place, documenting the short journey with their brand new camera. During the trip, they notice the same guy from before. It seems like he may be going the same way as them. Or possibly something darker.
Fuck.
Bravo.
Lelika. Au, Isuse Bože.
Ček, to autona opet?
To je lik koji piše. Kaj je? Kaj je?
Dobar, daj.
Kaj lik? Kaj je vrak?
Nemam pojma, daj ga šutni, znaš. Daj ga šutni.
Neću se. Mislim da je pijan, znaš.
Okej, mislim da idemo... Ajmo mi odavde, ajmo.
Fuck, Isuse Bože, ti mu vidio facu, snima ga, snima ga.
Pa naravno da sam vidio facu, vidiš.
Nisam skužio, čekaj, kaj je bilo?
They manage to shake the guy off. Or so they think.
Snimi tog lika, vidiš da nas je napalo, kaj tebi ono?
Ne, daj čovječe, onak možemo ga staviti na YouTube, onak. To je sam stari deda, pijani.
Ja, idem.
S čudnom facom, onak, daj, ajmo ga snimiti se Božicu.
Idem.
Da to oni se Bože. Kak je došao tu?
Oh, come on, focus!
Kaj, jel to oni se Bože? Snime ga, sad ga snime, sad nemoj pobjeći. Kaj radi se Bože? Kaj radi?
Ne znam. Ej, jel si ti u redu, onak?
Oprostite, jel vam treba pomoć?
The two fellas seem to be pretty amused by this whole situation. It would appear some town eccentric has locked on and decided to follow them around. An admittedly unnerving but harmless situation that I'm sure many of you have been in before. They finally get to their buddy's place, which appears to be the end of this odd situation they managed to capture on film.
Ok, znači, Matija, studeni... Aha, otvoreno.
It's gonna be there.
Kak je pusto.
Amateur film project. I know, I love it. This is so cool.
Koji kat?
Peti kat.
It's gonna be in the elevator. Yes!
This is where the tape abruptly ends. The uploader notes that this footage came from the police.
Yes, that's so fun. It's like Marble Hornet. The amateurness of it makes it scarier. Like the Blair Witch. It's really hard to get that amateur feeling from a professional studio. So this like makes it so, yeah, it's like really good and creepy. I love it.
And the two boys in the video.
Which, yeah, it's not real. This is so old, it likely wasn't done as much before. Damn, true. Damn, this shit's done a lot now. Damn. Fair enough.
Are still currently missing. Okay, I'm taking off my storyteller hat now. We're gonna properly
We need to watch all of Marble Hornets on stream. How much footage is there of Marble Hornets? 24 hours.
Investigate this. This video currently has 3.5 million views. Despite the claim that it was filmed in 2005, this was put up in 2012. The OP links to a Croatian news site, was leading to an article that doesn't appear to exist. I also looked through the Internet Archive, and it would appear that every capture of this link seems to just redirect you to the front page of the news site, which makes me think that this page never existed in the first place. There's never been any official confirmation about whether this is real or not, but I personally very much think it's fake. For one thing, this is definitely a video taken with an HD camcorder, the type that was pretty popular in the early 2010s. This is completely anecdotal, but I once made a very serious drama series with my friends in this era. We filmed the first part with a mid-2000s camcorder, which looked something like this.
Can't egg a dead man's house, everyone knows that. Harry, I need my eyes. You need to do it for my eyes. And for Clyde, even. Okay, I'll do it for your eyes.
We filmed
No, come back! Come back!
We filmed
Oh god! That was awesome. That was awesome. That was cool as hell.
the second half with an HD Sony Handycam from 2013, which produced footage like this.
How long was I out for?
Look, I found this note at Clyde's house.
Look,
He's missing.
I found this note. This footage looks the same.
For Clyde, even.
Which produced footage like this.
It looks the
How
same.
long was I out for?
Look, I found this note at Clyde's house. He's missing.
Clyde's still missing? And we have to meet Colin at Algonquin College? What's Colin have to do with this? Why do we have to go to Algonquin College? We gotta find Clyde!
Which of these would you say resembles the Croatia video more? The channel that uploaded this clip also has a sort of sequel, which takes place in Finland. To their credit, this does appear to be filmed with a different camera, but the video plays out in almost the exact same manner. Two boys are goofing around at night when they come across a mysterious figure who brings about their demise. The OP writes that one boy is dead and the other is missing. I don't think I really need to convince you that this Croatia video is fake. It has all the hallmarks of found footage horror fiction, but to just drive my point home, the OP uploaded a UFO sighting video in 2016 that clearly features the voices of the supposedly still missing boys who encountered that mysterious man all the way back in 2005.
Opa, si vidio? Daj, nemoj mi snimat, please, da se borim. Nemoj mi snimat.
The Croatia tape is just one of many videos like this
Oh my
on YouTube.
god!
In the early 2010s, found footage was a very present genre on the platform, and people would put together these short films and upload them as if they were real. Some of these turned into these huge sprawling ARGs like Marble Hornets or Everyman Hybrid, but some of them were just these one-offs that were never developed into something bigger. Not to sound too much like a boomer, but I do kind of miss this time period a bit. I feel like internet horror has become much more introverted and agoraphobic. You don't see nearly as many projects nowadays where people actually go out into the world and do stuff with others, which I think is
It's all analog horror and stuff. It's all...
too bad. I mentioned that Larry's Life
Guys, we should go make an IRL. Yeah, we should go do that.
series I did with my friends. That was incredibly low effort, silly, and mostly improv, but it was also a bonding experience, and I have great memories making it. Anyways, guys, I hope you enjoyed this look into the world of disturbing home.
Thanks, Guy. Thank you for showing those funny clips of you, too. A time before modern internet. Oh. Modern internet sucks. Take me back. Excellent. Okay, what should we watch now? Dead End Louisiana. Ew. I don't want another Tale of Fridge, bro. You There's a lot. Ugh. What do you guys know about Kenny versus Spenny?
Since the beginning of time, mankind has been forced to compete for survival. This spirit of competition has reached a pinnacle in the relationship of two best friends who battle against each other. Why? Glory for the winner, humiliation for the loser. This is Kenny
You saw Kenny versus Spenny live last month? Where? Where?
Spenny.
You know about Kenny versus Spenny, Fallon. Let's... Yeah! We used to watch it all the time, when we were kids. When we went to Toronto, we drove by their house. Oh yeah, this is for all the unknowings. All the American rats. If you don't know about Kenny vs. Penny, it's a Canadian show. My parents hated me watching this show. My mom also loves Kenny vs. Penny. Oh, Kenny vs. Penny.
The competition this week is who can stay in a gorilla suit the longest. Right before we started, Spenny's like, hey, it's Danny Glover versus Morgan Freeman. I was racist piece of shit. I can't believe you say that. Spenny is so fucking stupid. These things are like 150 degrees and totally itchy, and he's already started the competition.
I'm ready, baby. Whoa.
You just lost the competition.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, but you lost the competition.
I haven't started yet. You did. You're a stupid gorilla.
I don't think gorillas are stupid.
Gorillas are stupid.
No?
They masturbate and eat shit.
Put the mask on, put the gloves on. Let's do this.
You know I'm gonna become a gorilla the second I fucking put this shit on.
Well, go ahead. Fucking, I'm ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready to get raped? I'm gonna become the alpha gorilla.
You wanna go violent? I'm ready to go.
I'm gonna go totally violent.
Ow.
I can't believe how...
Don't touch me. Do they even eat grapes, gorillas? Have you done any research? Shoot. Oh, that's really good. It's good strategy. I'm gonna go about my life. I'm gonna live my life. And I'm wearing a gorilla suit. Big deal. Hey! Ow! Ow! Now people aren't gonna know who's who. It's gonna be a long competition.
I can't believe I watched this shit when I was a child. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, Yep. Hell yeah, baby, that was Kenny vs. Penny, and it's so inappropriate. So... Yeah. I can't believe...
Have you ever heard of the Banner Republics? A very dark part of Central America's history.
Thought it was a clothing store. Thank you for the Betty's toast. Mwah. Just a little bit.
Hello everyone and welcome to week 1 of Iceberg Month. Yes, this is why I didn't really upload for a while. I've been working so hard on this project, and like the title of this series suggests, we're taking it back to the roots of the blow up of this channel. I can't say the roots of this channel because the roots of this channel is from 2013 and that was GTA videos, so I can't really say that. But we're taking it back to probably when you found me. And since we're talking about animal attacks, there will be some censorship, but for the most part there won't be, because something I'm introducing with Iceberg Month is 3D modeling. I can't actually show you guys the full-length videos of the animal attacks, so I did get a 3D modeler to help me out with this series. So throughout this entire series, we're gonna see exclusive 3D modeling made just for these scenarios. I thought I'd bring back icebergs because 1, you guys keep begging me for them, and 2,
I know who you are. Sorry, I'm
not
gonna
gonna
skip forward.
links to the sponsor that's right for your
Sponsor, not on my watch.
Know that this iceberg will go from most tame to most gruesome, rather than like least known to most known.
We'll watch one of these and we'll go to the end.
This is most tame to most gruesome, just like my older videos. With that being said, if you're not subscribed, don't subscribe yet. I will earn your subscription by the end of this video. Let's get right into the topic.
Oh, thanks. I don't like it when they beg.
Mick Fanning. live shark encounter during the 2015 J Bay Open, South Africa. So you're watching what's supposed to be the final of a professional surfing competition. It's July 19, 2015, and you're tuned into the J Bay Open in South Africa. The waves are pumping, the sky's blue, and everything's perfect. Then, 3 minutes and 47 seconds into the heat, something appears behind one of the surfers that seems rather unbelievable and soon later horrific. A live shark basically attacks a surfer, and that surfer was none other than Mick Fanning, a 3-time world champion who was competing against Julian Wilson in what should have been just a regular surfing final. What happened was Mick was sitting on his board about to start paddling when he felt something come up behind him. In his own words later, he said, "I had this feeling that something was coming up behind me. That's when I got hit." The shark knocked him clean off his board and pulled him underwater. His leg rope snapped under the force. Millions of people around the world were watching this unfold live. For 15 seconds that felt like forever, nobody knew if Mick was still alive. The wave in the floor.
Good night, Uncle Miku. Thank you for queuing. Hey, have a good sleep in the Queen's land. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna become a warrior cat.
Ground blocked the view, and all you could see was thrashing water. People on the beach burst into screams and tears, certain they had just witnessed a man die. But Mick fought back. "I punched it in the back," he said afterward. Julian Wilson, who was further down the point, saw the whole thing happen and immediately started paddling at full speed towards the chaos, ready to use his board as a weapon. Mick described the encounter lasting about 10 minutes in his head, but the actual footage shows it was only about 10 seconds. I guess that's what adrenaline does to you. Time probably just slows down when you're fighting for your life. Anyway, when the jet ski finally reached him and Mick climbed on, giving that thumbs up, the entire surfing world exhaled. But of course he was shaken and so were other people. This caused the competition to be cancelled. Now the attack itself wasn't as brutal as it could have been, it's just one of those situations that makes your
look,
heart
all of his limbs are there. He has all of his limbs. What happened? Nothing happened. He has all of it. What?
Just for context, looking at the specific attack at our starting point, we're still in relatively tame territory for what's coming, partly because Mick walked away without a scratch. Just a small pressure ding on his board.
How did the shark drag him under without... They have teeth. They have to use their teeth. How did he end up without a scratch?
And a broken leash. WSL officials, however, took the incident seriously and even investigated and reported that there were actually 2 sharks in that area, making it the first time in surfing history a competitor had encountered multiple sharks during an event. Mick got incredibly lucky that day. Humpback whale swallows kayaker. Early this year, February 8th to be exact, 24-year-old Adrian Simancas was out kayaking with his father in the pristine waters of southern Chile's Strait of Magellan. Just picture them out paddling along, probably enjoying the scenery, when suddenly the ocean seems to explode beneath Adrian. Yes, I'm using the word explode here because I don't know how else to describe a whale swallowing you coming up from the ocean. I don't know. So like I said, what came up exploding from the water wasn't a wave, it was a 40-ton humpback whale, and unfortunately, Simancas was about to become the main course. His father caught the whole terrifying encounter on camera. 1 second Adrian's paddling along, the next he has completely disappeared in the whale's mouth. "I thought I was dead," Adrian said afterward, and honestly, watching the video, you'd think the same thing. The whale bursts out of the water, its massive mouth opens, and Adrian just vanishes. The whale didn't hold on to him long, maybe 2 or 3 seconds before spitting him back out.
Yeah, because whales are smart enough to know not to swallow random bullshit. They eat tiny, tiny fish and krills and stuff.
The good thing is, humpback whales don't actually swallow humans. Their throats are only about the size of a dinner plate, designed for filtering tiny krill and small fish. So while Adrian felt like he was being eaten alive, the whale was probably just as shocked as he was. Wildlife scientist Vanessa Pirota explained that the whale was likely lunge feeding, basically opening its massive mouth and taking in thousands of gallons of seawater to filter out food. Adrian just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. When Adrian popped back up, you can hear his father yelling, "Grab the boat," as his son swims frantically towards the safety of the raft. The whale, meanwhile, arched its spine and dove back down like nothing had happened. Interestingly, the Strait of Magellan is actually a popular tourist destination for exactly this kind of wildlife encounter. The government's tourism website advertises kayaking with dolphins and humpback whales as a featured activity, but nobody mentions the possibility of accidentally becoming part of a whale's lunch. Tourist boat attacked by territorial hippo.
Hippos are scary as frick, dude. Don't mess with a hippo. Honestly, I think that hippos are the scariest animals. Hippos are the scariest, deadliest, most dangerous animals.
We're stepping things up a notch here. If you thought the other two were the only things you should worry about the ocean, which would be dumb. No, here's another reason to be scared of the water, I should say, not the ocean.
You don't gotta tell me about that.
And honestly, this might be the most underestimated killer on the planet. Last year in the Chobe River in Namibia, Africa, a group of tourists were enjoying what should be a peaceful river cruise when they spotted some hippos bathing in the water. Nice scenery, right? Well, yes, but it would soon turn horrific. One of the tourists, Jackie Boshoff, is probably never going to forget what happened.
A hippo is always faster than you. And Lord knows it's stronger than you.
Next, one of the male hippos suddenly turned towards their boat. This 2-ton killing machine decided their boat was a threat, and when a hippo makes that decision, you're in serious trouble. The thing about hippos is that they can hit 30 miles per hour in the water. So when this massive bull started charging, the skipper immediately took off, trying to escape. But there was a problem. They were in shallow water. The propeller kept hitting the bottom and they couldn't get the speed they needed. So the hippo caught up, launching itself at their boat and clamping down on their rear motor with jaws that could snap a crocodile in half. Regarding the attack, Jackie later said, "You hear and read about this stuff, never thinking it could happen to you." But there she was, watching this prehistoric looking beast literally trying to destroy their only means of escape. The engine was getting torn apart by teeth designed to crush bone. Now, according to the Independent report, the attack was likely triggered by the male protecting a calf in the area. They were lucky this time because actually, hippos kill more people in Africa than almost any other large animal, more than lions and more than crocodiles. These things are responsible for around 500 human deaths every year.
Jesus!
The surface. Tamari SeaWorld orca attack. Most people know about the SeaWorld trainer who...
We know all about those. Do you want to watch the rest of this stuff, or just do you want to go to the bottom of the... glacier? Can you recommend something? No! I mean, you can, but... Either or the Q shall decide. Let's go to the end.
Thailand lion attack. We're now at the absolute bottom of
Thailand. I've never heard someone say it like that.
our iceberg. This is a safari in Bangkok, and on September 10th of this year, tragedy struck in a bizarre manner. Jian Rangkasamy was 59 years old and had been working with animals for 30 years. He'd been at the Bangkok Safari Park since 2019, experienced enough to know the rules, experienced enough to understand the dangers. But sometimes experience isn't enough when you're dealing with predators that can take your life in seconds. That Wednesday morning around 11 a.m., Rangkasamy was driving through the lion enclosure when he spotted some trash on the ground. It seemed like a simple task: step out of the Jeep, pick up the debris, get back in. The park had rules in place barring anyone from getting out of their vehicles, but maybe he thought his experience made him the exception. The lion was about 30 feet away, then crept up and grabbed the zookeeper from behind, dragging him to the ground and sinking its teeth in. But it didn't end there. This wasn't a quick kill. Within moments, 3 or 4 other lions piled on, turning it into a full-on feeding frenzy. Tourists were right there, filming every horrifying second. The ordeal lasted around 15 agonizing minutes before staff could reach him. 15 minutes of conscious suffering as multiple lions tore into his flesh. Panicked visitors screamed and honked their horns, desperately trying to scare the lions away. But the big cats ignored everything except their prey. Fellow zookeepers, not wanting to get close to the danger, could only blast car horns in a futile attempt to help. By the time the zoo staff were finally able to intervene with guns, it was far too late. Hospital staff reported that Rangkasamy had suffered multiple broken bones and the majority of his flesh was damaged or missing. The lions had literally bit and chewed on his body until his bones were exposed, leaving his lifeless remains as a puddle of blood. This was just a man who made one small decision that cost him everything, while tourists watched him get devoured alive and recorded it for the world to see. Portuguese bullfighter death.
Oh, there it is. I'm surprised that there isn't anything involving chimpanzees down here. Chimpanzees literally torture people. Yeah, I don't know.
At the very bottom of our iceberg lies a cave.
You gonna fight a bull? Maybe it'll fight back. Yeah, don't feel too bad about this one. I can't believe bullfighting still goes on, even after Ferdinand.
That shows how sometimes Humans deliberately put themselves in harm's way, and when it goes wrong, the outcome is as brutal as it is unpredictable. Or maybe you would say it's predictable. I mean, you're a bullfighter. I would say one of the dumbest things to ever do, but with that being said, let's get on with the story. This is the Campo Pequeno bullring in Lisbon, Portugal. Nearly 7,000 spectators had gathered to watch the 22-year-old Manuel Maria Trindade making his debut as a forcedo, a Portuguese bullfighter whose job is to grab charging bulls by the horns and stop them with nothing but skill and courage. Yes, it is just like how it sounds. So Trindade stood there, facing a 1,500-pound bull, locked in the ceremonial stare-down. He took off running towards it, but then hesitated at the last second as the massive animal charged back. That split-second hesitation ended up costing him everything. As Trindade tried to grab the bull's horns to slow it down, the animal instead hoisted him up and carried him all the way to the other side of the ring. What followed was a prolonged, brutal attack as the bull continued mauling the helpless young man while he laid sprawled on the ground. Other bullfighters ran out desperately trying to help, but they couldn't stop the assault. The bull was in full attack, and Trindade was completely at its mercy. They eventually managed to distract the animal by pulling on its tail and shining lights in its eyes, but the damage was already done. Paramedics rushed to treat him, but Trindade had suffered traumatic head injuries, so he was declared brain.
What did you expect? Let's make this animal mad and then run around with it.
Dead. He also suffered cardiorespiratory arrest and died the next day. And unlike accidents or attacks where people were in the wrong place at the wrong time, this was a calculated risk, or more of a deliberate choice with huge gamble. I mean, the whole thing is about entering the arena.
More like stupid animal cruelty. Dumb. Oh.
Ho, ho, ho! It's Christmas time again.
Sorry about that one, YouTube. Oh, this is so dumb. Stop adding monsters to the back rooms. Stop. This by itself, I like this. Whoa! People can't stand subtlety. Tell me about it. Ooh, slide.
Okay.
Oh.
Careful.
Oh, shut up. this would have been so much easier if you just slid down. Dummy. It's like Minecraft, there's a bucket of water. Nice. Where's the critter? This is where the critter was. You can't stand in general? I'll be able to fix that. This is where the critter was in the thumbnail. How slow is Bud? Bud would have been dead. Bud should be dead. What in the Roblox is that? Okay. Can you not go any faster? How did that thing was not that far behind. That thing definitely would have saw him going in there. Dumb. Adding the creatures was just dumb. Instead of making like creepy monsters, back rooms, they're gonna make it has to be scary in the way that not being able to go back to your childhood is scary. We can't explain. The deeper you go, the creepier prehistoric oceans get. But that's the case for our oceans now, so... The horrible disasters of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. You gotta have a good childhood for that. Fair enough. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that's my bad. Sears. Should I go there? Japan, should I go there? Cause I'm going to Japan, should I go there? Cause I'm going to Japan. Should I go there? Cause I'm going to Japan. Osaka. I'm not going to Osaka. Me again. Beautiful. My hungry dad would never be able to drag me out of that place. I am so excited. I need to know all of the best, delicious places to go. Because I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat. Eat apples and bananas. Ooh, guys. You want to watch Chilling Scares now? Ooh.
The Hunting Public is a DIY hunting channel based in Missouri. Their primary focus is to educate new and inexperienced hunters, and most of their content follows a very similar format built around that purpose. Their videos show the hunters going to different locations, finding the game, and usually completing the hunt by the end, all while explaining their thought process at each step in detail. And the video they filmed on September 25, 2022 was meant to be
Nothing is less attractive than when they take pictures with the animals. Yes, sorry, I just noticed that it was down.
no different. Two of the channel's hosts, Ted and Nick, were out bow hunting deer on public land in their home state. Little did they know, this trip was about to be cut short by the most disturbing encounter they've ever had in the wilderness. The incident happened at roughly 6:45 p.m. while the two were hiding in a tree, waiting for a deer, when, out of nowhere, they heard
Naked man appears.
what sounded like a loud scream in the distance.
Damn, I was gonna be like, stupid hunters. You're in the woods all the time and you don't know that animals make sounds that sound like humans screaming. And then I heard the syllables. I heard the vowels.
It was too distinctly human to be coming from an animal or something similar. And while this was plenty terrifying on its own, it was only the beginning of a much more haunting sequence of events. Because not only did the screaming continue for the next 30 minutes, it also became more manic and blood-curdling with each passing minute.
They didn't think to go check on it. Never mind. I wouldn't have checked on it either.
Things only became worse when they heard the sound of several gunshots coming from the same direction. Now, all of this still could have had a perfectly reasonable explanation. Maybe the person screaming was being chased by a predator like a black bear and used their firearm in self-defense. However, what made this explanation unlikely were the few coherent words that could be heard in between the screaming, with the voice yelling for help and saying phrases like, "I hate you." The voice
I wouldn't go to that voice because I'd just be having to walk through the woods. These are two dudes with firearms. You hear somebody crying out for help in the woods. They got camouflage on and firearms. There's two of them. And they don't go to check it out. Never mind. I'm not on their side anymore. I'm against them.
This became even more disturbing after the gunshots, shouting what sounded like, "Somebody help, you effing killed her," and other disturbing phrases. In addition to the screaming, shouting, and gunshots, the two also heard the sound of multiple cars speeding off, after which everything went silent. By now, Ted and Nick were convinced they had just heard a horrific crime take place less than half a mile from their location. Unfortunately, they didn't have cell service in the wilderness to make a report, and the only way out of the woods was in the same direction as the screaming. Getting too close and alerting what could be an armed and dangerous group could have been life-threatening. So they decided to stay silently hidden in the trees for the next few hours, and only moved back after it was completely dark out. The two eventually made it back to their car and drove to a spot with cell reception to report the incident. However, from what I was able to find, the authorities weren't able to locate a body or even find any evidence of a crime at the location Ted and Nick provided, leaving this disturbing encounter unresolved. People on the internet have come up with several theories to explain the situation, ranging from a firing squad execution to someone having a drug-fueled mental breakdown with a gun in their hand. But many have also accused the hunting public of faking the whole thing, which is a common strategy by failing YouTube channels to go viral and gain new viewers. However, the hunting public had a fairly
Not the fucking strays.
consistent viewership before this video, and it didn't increase by a significant amount after the encounter. They also have over 1,400 other regular hunting videos, this being the only one with a strange encounter.
1,400! Wow.
Typically, channels that fake videos have other suspicious content. The screams also seemed far too primal and
Nya. 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 Nya.
emotional for anyone to fake that convincingly. Put simply, what they heard was more than likely real. Unfortunately, it's been over 3 years since the incident, and we still have no answers on what it was all about. You know how every year around this time, the temperature drops, everyone around you starts coughing, and suddenly you're—
I'm not interested in an advertisement. ZocDoc. What the
In
fuck is
November
that?
2022, a bow hunter from Michigan named Brendan Fitzpatrick was camping alone inside his hunting blind, waiting for a deer to pop into view, when suddenly he was startled by a voice he didn't recognize. Brendan looked outside to see who it was and came face to face with an angry-looking man pointing an AR directly at him. Brendan tried to explain the situation, but the man wasn't willing to hear any of it and kept becoming more and more hostile.
I'm out there right now. All right. But I just want to show you kind of why we're here. We pay good money to hunt this property. We've been hunting it for years.
No, you ain't been moving for years. I've been here 8 years.
Do you live on this property right here?
Sir, you're not listening to me. I'm not.
I just want to talk to you. I'm sorry.
He then told Brendan to put his phone down and said what can only be interpreted as a threat.
Put your phone down.
You have an AR in front of me. I'm scared.
Put your phone down.
Dude, I'm scared as now.
Okay, well, it's going to be more scary. Put your phone down. Are you attacking me?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. I'm hunting. I'm hunting with.
Drop your phone.
Oh my God.
Drop your phone.
Sir, I'm bow hunting. I don't have any guns on me.
I know that.
Him saying, "Are you attacking me?" while Brendan was doing everything in his power to cooperate and stay calm came off as him looking for an excuse to open fire and claim self-defense later. He also kept ordering Brendan to get out of the area while repeatedly threatening him with his gun and his aggressive-sounding dog. Brendan explained that he wasn't trespassing, and that the land he was on was legally leased for bow hunting, which was true and was something he and his family had been doing for multiple years. However, despite getting a reasonable explanation, the man refused to accept any of it and kept trying to intimidate Brendan. What made the encounter even more unsettling for Brendan was that the man refused to even state his name, making it clear that he had no interest in a civil conversation. Not only that, but he also name-dropped Chai Vang.
Dude, that was so... You could hear how scared the guy was in his voice. Oh my God, like his voice was shaking. Holy crap. That's so scary.
When threatening Brendan, a violent criminal who took the lives of 6 people and injured 2 more members of a hunting party in 2004. Put simply, the man was insinuating that he was willing to do the same to Brendan if he didn't comply. Fortunately, Brendan was able to stay composed enough to not aggravate the man any further and live to see another day. Brendan later tried to press charges against the man, but the police weren't as helpful as he'd hoped. They essentially told him that he didn't have enough evidence to start a criminal case against the man and left it at that. However, that wasn't even the end of it, because a year later, on November 25, 2023, Brendan's brother encountered the same man while hunting in the area. Due to what happened the year prior, he made sure to position his tree stand more than 150 yards away from the site of the original confrontation. But for some reason, the man became even more hostile than last time and directly opened fire without saying a word. Luckily, none of the shots actually hit Brendan's brother and he was able to leave the area without getting injured. However, according to Brendan, the authorities didn't file any charges against the man yet again, citing the same lack of evidence. Though people online suspect that the perpetrator might have connections at the local police department, allowing him to threaten the lives of innocent people and not face any consequences. The only silver lining in this disturbing case is that no one was actually hurt. Brendan and his family have also returned to hunting.
Let's, I don't know, let's flood it.
Likely at a completely different location. On September 10, 2024, at approximately 7:45 a.m., two fishermen were kayaking down Lake Emery in Franklin, North Carolina, when one of them spotted what appeared to be a log drifting in the water ahead. However, something about it didn't feel right. So, Mark Wilkins paddled closer to take a better look.
Oh, look at that. Is that fog or is that blurring?
And that's when he made the horrifying discovery.
Blurring.
It wasn't a log at all. In reality, he was staring at human remains that had likely been in the lake for multiple days by that point. He was still a bit unsure and thought that maybe it was some Halloween decoration that had found its way into the lake. But the closer he got, the clearer it became. The remains were certainly real.
Behind me.
And after taking a couple of minutes to calm his nerves, Mark dialed 911 and told them about his discovery.
I am fishing on Lake Emery and I have come across a dead body.
Are you in the water?
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it. I mean, it looks like a dead body. I mean, there's a hand sticking up, there's a rotted face. I don't know if it's some kind of stupid Halloween spooky thing, but I'm not touching it. So.
Now, discovering human remains like this is disturbing enough on its own. But what made this find even more chilling was the dark implications it suggested. You see, authorities had also found the remains of a 19-year-old boy in the same lake just a month earlier. And if the two cases were connected, it meant that there was possibly a serial killer on the loose in the small town of Franklin. While talking to the police, Mark also remembered seeing a pair of Crocs lying near the boat ramp he used earlier that morning, adding another disturbing layer to an already unsettling situation. That said, the reality of this case turned out to be far more tragic than disturbing. The person in the lake was later identified as 50-year-old Ethel Marie Ogle. According to the official reports, there was no foul play involved in her death.
How do they know? How do they know?
At first glance, duck hunting seems like one of the safest hunting styles out there, especially since it doesn't require hunters to
No. How do they know that there wasn't foul play involved?
spend any time deep in the wilderness where running into angry predators like bears or bobcats is a constant concern. However, duck hunting, just like most other outdoor activities, comes with its own set of risks. Something Ethan from the Lucas Reinsch YouTube channel became well aware of in November 2020. He was out hunting ducks with a shotgun early in the morning while the sun was barely up. After staking out on a beach for a few hours and waiting for the ducks to gather, he found a target and managed to shoot it down. The duck fell a bit too far into the water, but without a boat, his only option was to wade into the water to retrieve it. And that's when everything went wrong. Ethan had plenty of duck hunting experience under his belt, but he wasn't completely familiar with this particular lake and didn't know about the sharp drop-off a few feet off the shore. So as he got closer to the duck, the ground suddenly dropped off from under his feet, leaving him struggling to stay afloat. He also knew how to swim, but that wasn't as big of a help as he'd hoped it to be. The biggest issue at hand
Why'd he bring his gun with him?
They became filled with water, sinking him deeper while also making it near impossible to move in the water. Under normal circumstances, staying afloat is relatively easy for anyone who knows what they're doing. However, water-filled waders make this otherwise simple task infinitely more difficult, as drowning becomes a stronger possibility with each passing second. To make matters worse, the water Ethan was in was also extremely cold. Even if he could stay afloat with heavy waders, he still risked contracting hypothermia and passing out before drowning. The cold water
and there's a bunch of duck poop in it.
Was also tensing up his muscles and making it difficult to keep moving. And to top it all off, he was also completely alone on this trip. Having someone with you on any nature expedition increases the chances of survival exponentially. Even if a partner isn't able to help directly, they can at the very least call for help. Ethan, however, didn't have that option. All he could do was keep his calm and keep swimming toward the shore with all his energy. Fortunately, this worked. After a brief but intense struggle, he was able to find the underwater ledge and make it out relatively unharmed. And while his determination and level-headed approach certainly helped, his surviving the incident was nothing short of incredibly lucky. In May 2017, 45-year-old Richard Wesley was out bow hunting in Ontario, Canada, when he suddenly came face to face with the last animal you want to see in the wilderness, a bear. He initially tried to lay low in the bushes and hoped the bear would walk away without noticing him. Unfortunately, he was in a wide open area, resulting in the bear seeing him and coming toward him. One of the only options he really had left at this point was to run away, which, considering a bear's top speed of up to 35 miles per hour or roughly 55 kilometers an hour, wasn't really possible. Or he could stand his ground and try to scare the bear away before it got too close. Close, because if the bear actually decided to attack, Richard would have no real way of winning that fight. Black bears can generate a bite force of up to 1,000 psi with their 2.5-inch long teeth, which is enough to easily fracture a human skull or even sever the head completely from the neck. Adult black bears can also weigh up to 600 pounds or 272 kilograms. In other words, once a black bear is on top of you, there's no practical way to get it off. Plus, the weight alone can also cause asphyxiation within seconds. Not to mention the 2-inch long claws that can leave deep lacerations down to the bone. So even if the bear decided to leave Richard alone after a single claw swipe, he would have likely bled out right there before help arrived. With all this in mind, he stood up and tried to intimidate the bear. Unfortunately, this backfired horribly.
Quiet! 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 Quiet!
Instead of running away, the bear lunged at Richard and slammed into the ground. For a moment, he thought this was the end, but as he was falling down, something exceptionally lucky happened. The wooden bow Richard was holding in his hand got shoved into the bear's jaw. This not only kept the bear from shredding his arm, but biting into the wood also disoriented it enough to make it turn and leave Richard alone. So, despite coming dangerously close to losing his life, Richard was able to walk away with only a few minor bruises. But while he escaped physical harm, the psychological impact of this attack on him and his family was significant. As he stated in an interview later, "We watched the video footage. My stomach just tightened, and my wife started crying.
Oh my gosh.
Instead of admitting that I'm scared, and I probably should have went and talked to a professional about what happened, but I just downplayed it." That said, the experience also left Richard with a far deeper appreciation for the life he has.
Holy crap. That was scary footage. Wow, that was like... footage, that was like the most... If you ever want to know what a freaking bear attack looks like, that footage would be it. And guy got away unscathed. Wow. Holy crap. How good would the boat be at killing the bear? Probably not that good. You get its eyeballs, though. But, yeah, I guess the fact that it bit down on the bow, and then it ran away. So, it bit down on the bow. Whoa. Wow. And this one looks small. So it's probably not fully grown yet. Holy crap. Yeah, I was knocked in the face by the bow. It doesn't look like the bow went into its mouth. Or... see, in his other hand... so this is like the bow, and here he has an arrow in his other hand. He might have stabbed the bear with the arrow, because it doesn't look like the bow actually goes into its mouth, but it gets shoved in the face with the arrow. I mean, with the bow. Yeah. So it gets clocked in the face with the bow. And it's probably used to, like... I'm sure for an animal being beat upside the head with a man-made object, sharp corners and all, would be pretty disorienting, so it probably ran away. Wow. Freaking lucky and freaking terrifying. My reaction... My reaction when... Wow. Friggin... Yeah. Friggin' spooky. Japanese foods from hell.
Discover Japan and beyond through food experiences with BuyFood.com. Right now, I'm holding 2 plates of red raw meat. The meat in question, horse, and it's one of the worst rated foods that you will find in Japan. This country is full of delicious food. But this time, I've asked my audience.
I have to study this. I have to learn this for when I go. And I won't do any of it.
To suggest their worst rated foods in all of Japan.
Natto.
And today, I'll be trying those foods.
This is illegal in the country that he and I come from.
I'm on a mission to understand whether these foods are misunderstood.
Hey, you're eating fish sperm, buddy.
Or if they're just plain awful.
These are known as
I've
the
seen Good Mythical Morning eat fish sperm.
cockroaches of the sea.
And it all starts
with this. A food known as natto. What exactly
Natto.
is natto?
It's the soul of Japanese people.
That touched me in places that I've never been touched before.
The soul of Japanese people is also known as fermented soybeans, a familiar heartwarming breakfast eaten by 4 out of 5 Japanese, but the 5th cannot stand the sight of it. So, foreigners like me barely stand a chance.
It is stringy, it is slimy.
Okay, what the frick are with those sound effects, dude? Knock it off. Those sound effects were wet. Those sound effects were wet. This does not look wet.
It is gross.
Stop!
How do you start with a soybean and end up with a product like this?
This is Hitoshi, representative director of this place. One of Japan's finest natto is
I love those little
Hitoshi,
uniforms.
representative director
I love
of this
that little
place. One
uniform.
of Japan.
It's a bad kind of ASMR, right? It's like when Gordon Ramsay in his USA shows does that all the time, and it's so annoying. When I was in Japan, someone tried introducing me to natto. I was saying no thanks. I'd give it a try if it's prepared properly. From my understanding, you don't eat it. It's not normal to eat it by itself. You put it on rice and stuff, so I'd give it a try.
Japan's finest natto factories. Joining me to take on Japan's most challenging foods, chef and friend Calvin, and Miss Universe Japan, Kaya.
Day 1, wash the soybeans.
This is like the worst diary entry ever.
Once washed and quality checked, the soybeans are poured into bags, each with its own distinct natto flavor, funk, and level of sliminess.
You got different colors? I didn't know soybeans had different colors. You just have the smell that was so unappealing. You never know until you try. I'm gonna try.
The soybeans are steamed until their texture is just right. To prepare the containers, thin sheets of wood are made wet to prevent cracking. Then they're folded into triangular pouches.
Whoa!
Now, some bioengineering. This is bacteria, a probiotic strain actually named natto. It's what ferments the soybeans, giving them their signature texture and aroma.
Long ago, the old samurais were boiling soybeans, but then midway they got ambushed. So they quickly packed their natto in a straw container, and then by the time they got to it, it became the natto that we know today.
That checks out.
And then they decided to eat it. A lot of foods that we have nowadays are just from people saying, this can't go to waste. I guess let's eat it. How do you think we got cheese?
After the soybeans have finished steaming,
Whoa,
they're poured
that's-
into trays,
whoa,
then
whoa,
soaked
whoa, whoa.
completely in the natto bacteria.
How's that doing that? Whoa!
After the soybeans have finished steaming, they're poured into trays, then soaked completely in the natto bacteria.
There's not a lot of people who hand make natto anymore. Now it's just commercially made everywhere. So he wants to kind of revive natto in the handmade way.
The soybeans enter a humid 104-degree room where they'll ferment for about 20 hours. Charcoal is used to keep the space.
A lot of food we have nowadays are people who don't have any other choice. I don't eat people. I love the terms funk and sliminess for my food. You are what you eat.
Space warm and control the intense fermentation smell.
You don't eat people yet.
Fully crafted natto doesn't sound so bad. Enter the soulless, factory-made convenience store natto. So slimy and pungent, it makes the handmade version seem like a walk in the park.
This is the bottom of the barrel natto.
Sonny, why does it have cobwebs?
Like I said, this literally came from the bottom of a barrel.
We'll try both and test our natto tolerance, starting with the less gooey version.
I actually love this dish. My mother fed it to me all the time.
There's an ammonia aspect to these soybeans. I kind of feel like they're rotten.
I'm told you can put some condiments, but why not
Ammonia?
try the real pure flavor
Does it smell like piss?
of the natto?
We love that sliminess.
It smells like piss. Interesting. You never got a whiff of ammonia and chem? I didn't take chem.
I am not going to put this into my mouth.
I think you
Just sounded like some triggered my Katie urges. What did you think I had before stream?
It's so sticky. There's strings of natto hanging from your mouth.
It's supposed to be that way.
I kind of like it. It's like a super saturated peanut. The flavor, I mean, it doesn't taste bad, but it's not sparking joy.
This is soy sauce, and this is Japanese mustard.
I'm gonna pour a little bit of soy sauce. I'm gonna get a little bit of mustard on there too.
Now, you know that this mustard isn't like a mustard you put on a hot dog. This is really spicy.
Oh, like a Dijon.
Even more spicy.
Mega Dijon.
They'll go to your nose, kind of like wasabi.
Like a wasabi Dijon.
Exactly.
Better. After you put those flavors on there, it's more salty. You get some kick.
So
Put it with the rice.
Thank you. So this Japanese mustard really cuts through that creaminess. I feel fresh. I feel energetic.
Do you feel like this is something you could eat to start your day?
Yeah, but are there any other choices?
Yes.
Yes.
There is.
Great.
Right here. This is a convenience store.
Ew, that looks like discharge. I'm sure most of you don't have experience with that. I come back to see the worst Japanese food. Hello? I come back to see the worst Japanese food ever. Welcome to Japanese Foods from Hell.
Natto. And let me tell you, the sliminess is on another level.
I'm a huge
Stop
fan of
with
the
the
sliminess
sound
because I feel like
effects.
that's
Oh my
what
God.
makes it natto.
Get a big slimy chopstick
It
full
reminds me of those, like I said, reminds me of those shitty USA Gordon Ramsay stuff.
and toss it back.
I wouldn't want discharge like that. Gorilla Senpai, what do you think the discharge is?
The more I eat it, the more I like it, actually. I don't know what's happening.
I can see how it's growing on you. But for me, I think it tastes like the dirt. It tastes like, it's not in a bad way. It's just very minerally.
I came in here thinking, I'm not gonna like this, and I don't wanna like this. And then I ate it, and I liked it a little bit more than I thought I would.
The artisanal one
Imagine it on some rice.
is great. But this convenience store one, it's like just yuck.
And I'm always gonna be a fan of the convenience store one because this is what I grew up eating.
Yay!
This is just the start of our journey today, because we are going to be exploring some of the most unique, most outlandish Japanese foods that we can find. The food that people told us not to try. The worst foods in Japan.
Are you ready for this?
No, I'm scared. I don't know what it is.
Our next dish hails from the ocean. The risk with this food isn't just in its taste, but also the potential for pregnancy. And they call it
Shirako.
Yes.
And that translated into English means
White babies. Lots of babies.
okay, wow.
In front of us, two types of fish sperm, one from a cod and the other from a pufferfish, the most poisonous fish in the world.
I've never had
Why does it look like that? Why is it bulbous in a pouch?
it raw like this. It almost looks like monkey brain.
I actually have not tried it before.
Shirako reflects Japan's philosophy of using every part of the animal to avoid waste, even if that part is semen.
I totally understand why.
We eat periods all the time. If you think of the sperm, that's what an egg is. An egg is just genital outage. It's the same as sperm. What's this weed stuff? You've never had eggs? Chronic, you've never had eggs? I'd eat a chicken period before I'd eat rooster teeth. But why? But why? I don't eat plain eggs. Then I guess you've never had a baked good then. I'm being annoying, don't mind me. I could never not mind you. Egg. We also eat hey, if you want a more direct comparison to fish sperm, freaking fish eggs. We have roe. You know?
Foreigners and even people in Japan may not be.
It's just about perspective, bro. It's all about perspective. Like the perspective of crab, those are just the tarantulas of the sea. So you can't get all freaked out about people eating tarantulas if you eat crab. Perspective. Get yourself a new perspective.
Excited to eat this. The texture is very slimy and kind of creamy. However, people in Japan that
but I want to know why it's solid. Why is it solid?
do enjoy it see it as a luxury ingredient.
The idea of eating sperm from the most poisonous fish in the world is terrifying. So let's ease in with the more common and approachable version of Shirako coming from cod.
The cod is the much smaller one.
Enjoy it with soy sauce and wasabi.
And it's one bite?
Yes.
Chef, in a moment, I'm going to put this in my mouth. I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. My face will not lie. Whatever happens next is completely unscripted and completely real. That's a nice solid piece. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go for it. It's pretty delicious. It's so creamy.
Creamy, like the middle of an egg. Mild, sweet, but full of umami.
The more you don't think about what it is, the better it is.
But the moment you know.
That's my problem. I am incapable of not thinking about what it is. My brain actively works against me. It's like, oh, you don't want to think about this? Guess what, idiot? You're gonna think about this. Likely because it's concentrated. It's like orange juice concentrate. I've never seen solid orange juice. I googled and it's solid because it's the fish supermarket sack. Fish supermarket sack. It's the equivalent of fish balls. Like the testicles. Oh, how does it come out?
What it is. That's when you're like,
It's overwhelming. I couldn't eat a lot of this, maybe 1 pound, but just a couple bites is perfect.
I know one Japanese word. Oishi.
Oishi. Oishi. Right here we have remaining the fugu sperm sack. The fugu or the pufferfish is an iconic poisonous fish. The fish where you have to have a certification in order to prepare it for a customer. and this is its semen.
To extract the pufferfish sperm safely, a licensed chef must first drain its blood and remove its toxic organs with perfect technique, as one wrong move could mean potential death.
This is just a big sack.
I love it. It's like a scallop. You taste the sea. You want to have a sperm sac that has a lot of that cushiness.
There's some of that.
Yo, these guys are loving the sperm. You've never bought orange juice concentrate from a can? No! No! Don't say that like that's normal.
Seafood brininess, just a hair.
Yeah, these guys are loving the cum.
It melts in your mouth.
It definitely was melting. For me, I would say the first one, I think it was pretty good. Second one kind of was pushing me towards my limits of what I'm comfortable with.
I definitely have to agree with you on that. The second one took me by surprise.
I disagree with both of you. I think the second one had a flavor composition that I couldn't find anywhere else than the fugu sack of semen.
Up next, a food many Americans will find heartbreaking.
This is a very unique restaurant. A restaurant serving a food
It's a pony.
that could be considered controversial. In fact, this is illegal in the country that he and I come from.
This is Horse, Mr. Ed, your daughter's dream pet, and a protein-packed legend in some parts of the world. Right now you're seeing 4 cuts of that beloved animal, all served completely raw.
Is your izakaya here specializing in horse meat?
Raw?
This is a horse meat specialty restaurant.
Some of the reason people say
It's gonna
Wagyu
be
is
a
so
pink
good
pony.
is because they massage the cows and they listen to classical music and they drink beer. How are these horses being treated?
We make sure that there's no stress and they're being fed quality food, making sure that this tastes really good. Maybe the best horse meat in the world. This is the heart of the horse. There's a very strong taste of iron in it, but when you cook it, it kind of tastes like beef tongue.
But we will not be cooking it.
This is going to be the best,
Why
most
not?
fattiest part of the horse,
Why not? Why can't they cook it?
and it's the belly.
There's a lot of marbling going on in there. Now, why is there so much fat on a horse? Because a horse is lean.
That's the only part basically where fat will typically accumulate.
Well, that's true.
This is the loin.
Would it be the meat that goes along the spine?
Below the shoulder blade. It tastes like the most red part of tuna.
No striations of fat, it's just pure muscle fiber.
It's his favorite part.
And then finally, this.
This is gonna be the mane of the horse, and it's also gonna be the fattiest part with 99% fat.
Ew.
It's amazing for replenishing you if you're tired, but it tastes like you're biting into a stick of butter when you eat it.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, I was thinking about when you bite into, like when you're eating a chicken wing and you bite into a bit of fat and it's all gristly and gross. However, I love butter.
Unlike in the USA, where horse meat is taboo, many Asian and European countries see it as a delicious and nutritious staple.
Before, it was more common for men, but nowadays, it's becoming more popular with the ladies. 60% of the customers are male, and the rest are 40% women.
The super progressive people, their minds are exploding right now because they're like, more women, that's good, but it's horse, that's bad. There's a ton of Americans out there who would be totally fine with a cow dying and eating that cow, but then when it comes to the idea of eating horse, it's too much for them.
I don't see the taboo with eating a horse. I think it's okay.
We have a surprise bonus meat right here.
My perspective, as long as it's raised right, what's the problem? Let it roam free on the grass. You know?
That being the horse tongue.
This horse tongue may be bizarre and baffling, but at least it's cooked, and hopefully
I thought Bud was gonna put his hand in it straight up.
it'll warm us up for the raw horse meat experience.
Horse tongue should never be sliced this way. Tongue needs to be braised. Tongue needs a lot of time to just cook low and slow. All the fibers start breaking down. Here, they're just slices, almost like a sweet potato.
Imagine coming to Japan as an American, telling the chef that he prepared the horse tongue the wrong way.
Once seared, remove from the pan and slice into thick pieces. Season with salt and pepper.
I can't eat tongue, because then I'll just imagine me biting my own tongue.
Return the slices to the pan for a quick final fry and serve.
This is just like a big, broad piece of meat. Ooh, peppery.
I wonder, is this going to taste gamey?
I wonder that too. My first time having horse tongue. Let's go. I like it. The texture is something completely different. Much more springy, bouncy, almost like eating the cow udder, but much more interspersed fat inside.
The fat of it is
much like eating the cow udder. Oh, yes. As one is wont to do.
kind of yellow and not white.
An older cow would have yellow fat on the beef. I wonder if this horse is a young horse or an older horse.
And I wonder its name.
It's horse sashimi time, so let's get to it.
It's best to start from horse belly.
So I'm picking up the sashimi. To me, it looks amazing. We have a soy sauce so dark it almost looks like squid ink here. I love it. What's not to love?
The oil, the more you chew it comes out.
It's like there's these lean, chewy sections mixed with that marbled fat that's just oozing flavor. The salt brings out even more of that horsey goodness.
How can this be hated?
That's what I'm saying.
The fat really permeates the mouth, but it's not gamey. I thought horse might have had a little bit of a funk.
I contend that horse is even less gamey than beef. I think it's a very neutral red meat.
Next would be the horse loin.
A very lean cut of meat here. Give it just a kiss of soy sauce. Oh, wow. God, that is so good. It's a very different experience, though.
Much more fresh.
That loin is so sweet.
Fantastic. This is less chewy, it's tender, and it's a consistent texture throughout. It's almost exactly like tuna.
Oh, that's why he calls it the tuna of
the land?
The land, I guess. Next is the heart of the horse.
Horse hearts are gigantic. That's why horses are good at horse racing. In fact, almost any other animal, not great at horse racing. Goats?
Have you seen a goat horse race?
I would like to. Springy. Different texture again.
This is softer than all the cuts we've had so far, definitely.
I think that's more soft. That one.
Really? Yeah, for me, it was.
Do you have any other feedback about it? More accurate?
I don't taste much of the blood as I thought I would.
Me either, but still delicious. Finally, we have this.
The horse mane, and it should melt in your mouth like butter.
I like butter.
Wow, that is pure fat, and it's warm.
As my tongue is warming it up, the fat starts to dissolve.
I got a little horsiness in there.
It does have that horsehair mineralness to it. I kind of feel like I'm eating a thoroughbred.
It's like eating raw octopus, where you can keep chewing, but it's not breaking apart into smaller pieces. Far different from the other pieces, but still pretty good.
This is definitely a food that's misunderstood, and I wish that more people were inclined to eat it and see it in a different way.
For me, the sashimi is 10 out of 10.
That horse sashimi changed my mind on what horse meat is.
This changed your mind. But I'm not so sure that our next food will change your mind.
For our finale, we're facing the most revolting scavenger to ever enter a kitchen.
Hello, chef. Last time I was here, I was eating a horse penis. Today, we're here for another bizarre food. Before we talk about the elephant in the room or the isopods on the plate, let's talk a little bit more about your restaurant here. Can you explain for the audience what the theme is of Rice and Circus?
This establishment is run by head chef Yukihiro, who's cooking up anything but comfort food. Dedicated to the twisted humor he finds in shocking patrons, he serves the likes of boar testicles.
Oh, thank you.
And a food I've come to know all too well.
That's big.
Horse penis.
That tastes pretty good.
But today, he'll outdo himself with isopods.
These are known as the cockroaches of the sea.
Oh, jeez.
I want to show you something. First of all, it's got about 10
So, does he eat them too? Or is he just serving this shit?
legs on here. It's got a tail, and then it has this right here. This belly is full of putrid detritus from the ocean floor. It is smelly. It is disgusting.
Dead fish, dead squid, whatever decaying matter drifts downward, they'll devour it. Visually, conceptually, spiritually, they are the antithesis of food.
I'm excited. I can't wait to eat this.
What part of the isopod do we eat?
You eat everything but the intestines. Oh, you can eat the shell too.
Oh, fantastic. That's something I've never done before. Are you looking forward to this?
No.
First, each isopod's abdomen is slit open. The stomach's black, rotten contents are dumped.
Oh, good.
But this part, some hellish internal organ, is served raw as a bit of a side snack. Now the isopods head straight into the deep fryer. With endless better alternatives out there, this horrifying dish serves as a once-in-a-lifetime culinary roller coaster.
It's super popular. He makes it every day.
All right, so I trust this man. Listen, this guy, I put his horse penis in my mouth.
Well, I trust him that you trust him for putting a horse penis in your mouth.
Kaya, do you trust Calvin?
I trust Calvin because he trusts you because you let him put a horse penis in your mouth.
Fantastic. Let's eat.
Sprinkle with salt, then off they go.
We have a tour of insects on our table, both insects from the land and insects from the sea. And it's all gonna start with this right here. This is a special type of sake. They've infused the sake with something special. Any idea what those are?
I'm hoping it's the silkworms.
It's cockroaches.
Oh, God.
This isn't a traditional drink, rather an unhinged creation you'll only find here.
I've never even seen a cockroach in Japan yet. So this is my first time, and to be consuming it is absolutely crazy to me.
You ate the cockroach?
Well, I swallowed it.
Good job. I felt it bump up against my lips. Felt a little hairy. This is a distinct type of sake. It tastes like poison.
I only took like a very little sip, but it had a strong punch and flavor to it.
Oh.
That was all?
Yeah, that looks like a health violation. You buy some sake from the store, pour it into a jug, and then put a bunch of bugs in it. That's not making... No.
Awful. Of course, in a moment, we're going to be diving into the isopod, but first, a little bit of an appetizer.
Heat up some oil. Toss in silkworms and let them sizzle, spit, and pop.
Why am I so excited about this?
It looks like a caterpillar.
Basically a caterpillar.
Yeah.
I never thought to eat one.
While highly nutritious, they are still creepy insects that most Japanese avoid, and all the chef is using to flavor them is salt.
It was crawling on a branch. It has these sticky feet on the bottom. You see its little mouth here, busy munching leaves. Oh, God. I got a little bit of a gush. It pops like a balloon.
Oh, there's no water here either.
Oh, there's, okay.
No, I'm good.
Not to be diabolical, they asked to bring water and I said no. We're not here to wash it down. We're here to enjoy some cool food. Hey, this is an animal and somebody cooked this.
I'm so sorry.
They're
God.
delicious. The insides, it's nutty, it's savory.
Come on,
it's
you want to be different so bad.
almost like sesame oil.
The inside texture is somewhere between a paste and a sludge.
I got more paste.
I got a lot of sludge.
I will say I love it. I really enjoy the
That
flavors.
was
and
so
also the
disgusting. Oh my God, that looked like bile. That was so disgusting.
You know what? Good for you.
Moving on to our next and final food of the day. This is the isopod. We also have a accompanying sauce.
Even the chef doesn't know what part of the internal organs this is. It's also raw.
Try to inhale it. Oh.
It smells rotten, putrid.
Again, does the chef eat it?
Well, I think we try this first and we'll build up to that. Cheers.
Cheers.
Ow. Ow. It's like eating a water bug. There's so much shell. There's so much keratin. You just chew and chew and chew and it breaks a little bit, but it's hard to make it break apart. I don't think I can swallow this.
I swallowed it.
Yeah, grow up.
Oh, wow. As you work your way up to the middle, it gets a lot juicier inside.
More like gushy.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like it. It tastes like seafood, and I like how he seasoned it.
I do like the flavor, but there's nothing to really bite into other than exoskeleton.
Got it. So listen, this is brutal, but there's one thing that could make it better. An unidentified, mashed up, disgusting piece of organ. This is the final boss. Let's get our little tiny spoon, grab a dollop. Folks, let's give it a shot. The final bite of the day, and perhaps the reason this is one of the worst rated foods in Japan. Cheers. It's so gooey, it's so goopy.
It kind kind of stays on your tongue.
Oh gosh. I love this. The taste of it is sweet, is distinct. The slight bitterness, a bitterness that's sweet. It encapsulates the entire palate. Those guts are effing delicious.
My heart rate got a lot faster.
Yeah, that was tough. The texture was very off-putting,
stop.
like eating gack.
Why would you
Stop!
ever eat
I don't look at
Right.
that.
And why would you eat this? I am not a fan. I say thank
It
you.
looks like a yeast infection. We had discharge earlier. Now this is the whole. This is the yeast infection.
I say arigato gozaimasu.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be recommending this food personally.
So I guess from here, Calvin, you and I are going to step outside and we're going to talk about today which foods were the best of the worst. We have a lot to choose from and a lot of tough contenders.
I've seen all I need to. I've seen all that I need to. Guys, do you think I'll go over this bridge when I'm in Japan? Ooh. Ooh. Bleh. No real fruit, vine boom. No gushers, vine boom. No Mott's fruit snacks, vine boom. Look in my eyes, only Welch's, vine boom. Only original, vine boom. Welch's? What's the difference between Welch's and Mott? Watching this tell where to eat when you visit? Yeah! I'm putting it on the list. Putting it on the travel list. That's where I'm going. Boy, I am very curious about natto. I might be tempted to try it, but I might not be tempted to try it because I'm sure that I will be wallowing in so much delicious food. I'm gonna be your wife with choice. Oh, okay. Listen. I was hungry before that video. So, I'm not saying that I'm hungry right now because that video made me hungry. I'm saying because I was hungry before that video. And I guess that video was able to stave it away a bit, but I am still hungry. So, I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna chill out. Chillax. Yeah, try not to think about horse penis. Ugh. Sludge. The sludge inside of bugs. Where? Gross. Gross. Bleh. It's innards, dude. I don't want the innards. Like, I'm fine with meat. But the innards, dude, that's just the shit that they've been digesting. That's poo-poo. That's poo-poo pee-pee. That's disgusting. Ew. Disgusting. Ew. I'm gonna have to take a liaison after this. To not think about... Oh, so nasty. That bowl of discharge. That bowl of infection. Gross. Okay. I gotta skedaddle. Yeah, I need ginger for the brain. I need a palate cleanser. I'll go look at a bunch of cafe videos or whatever. Thank you guys so much for filming today. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Guys, tomorrow is our Qmas party. Merry Qmas. all gonna have to get pizza. So make sure to get a pizza and breadsticks and whatever. Thank you guys for queuing today. I will see you tomorrow for damn, I'm hungry. Lava cake in solidarity. Ooh, don't tempt me to buy a lava cake. We'll see about it. We'll see what happens tomorrow when stream starts. But for now, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for queuing. Make sure to come tomorrow because tomorrow will be the last stream for at least a week, I want to say. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Okay, bye. I love you. Mwah. Fuck. I'm gonna see you guys before the new year. How long do you guys think a week is? What is a week from tomorrow? Okay, goodbye. Now let's do it properly this time. I won't go to the wrong screen. Okay. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Yes. Success.
Days seem sometimes as if they'll never end. Sun takes its heels to taunt you, but after sunlit days, one thing stays the same. Rises the moon.